We're going to call the meeting to order. Are you guys on? You're on, Nancy? Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is the Special Committee on Child Support Enforcement and Collection. Today we have a number of our committee members who will be joining us virtually. Our Vice Chair, Representative Humphreys, is joining us virtually, as well as Senator Bowers, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Straub, and Senator Hulscher. I don't know where some of the other House members are, so hopefully staff will let us know if they are joining us. At this time, I think we all pretty much know each other, so I think we'll just get right into it. We're going to have a pretty tight schedule, and we want to stay on time, and we're already just a little bit late. So we're going to have Sharday Kane, fiscal analyst for the Kansas Legislative Research Department, give us a staff overview of the child support payment collections. Good morning, Sharday.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. First, I'm going to go through the flow chart that is provided in your packet of materials. It says, how does the money flow? There are essentially three ways that child support payments flow. The 4D path is open to anyone who enrolls for services or is required to participate due to other benefit programs such as child care assistance, TANF, Medicaid, food assistance, and foster care. The non-4D path is open to everyone else who does not qualify for 4D or wants to stay non-4D. Finally, I have included a private path for those families who elect not to have an established legally binding agreement. In 4D cases, the payee, or in some cases the payor, calls the customer service centers. The calls are routed based on location. You will hear from the two customer service centers contractors, Maximus and Young-Williams, this afternoon. As of October 1st, 2021, Maximus is responsible for 4 counties, Wyandotte, Johnson, Shawnee, and Sedgwick, and Young-Williams is responsible for the remaining areas throughout the state. I would note that their caseloads are split about 50-50. Once payment is established, the payor submits a payment to the Kansas Payment Center. As I mentioned before, the 4D path is open to anyone who enrolls for services or anyone who is required to participate due to enrollment in other benefit programs. For this reason, 4D payments go through the Kansas Automated Eligibility Child Support Enforcement System, or KSIS. The system determines how much money should be retained by DCF due to TANF payments previously made to the payee or other circumstances before the remaining balance is sent back to the KPC. The correct amount is then distributed to the payee's account. In non-4D cases, the child support agreement is established through the court system and assigned to the court trustee for that judicial district if there is one. From there, income withholding orders are typically established with an employer. There are other ways for them to collect the support, but mostly income withholding orders are used. Employers submit the agreed upon amount to the KPC, and the KPC distributes the payment to the payee. I would like to take a minute here to make note that in some instances, a case transitions from non-4D to 4D. This could be for a variety of reasons, including a payee beginning to participate in benefit programs, or one or both of the parties wanting to switch from non-4D to 4D, requiring those payments to go through the KSIS system. Finally, in some instances, a payor and payee establish an agreement amongst themselves, and the payee receives child support directly from the payor. And that's the flow chart, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Any questions for Sharday at this time? And who will be letting me know on web? I guess I'll just be asking any questions for those that are on WebEx. I don't hear any at this time, so please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to set up the presentation, so one moment. Okay. Madam Chair, you should have a couple of pieces of testimony in front of you. The PowerPoint, which will be the basis of my presentation, and on bright orange, the Child Support Enforcement Primer, which provides an overview of the Midwest Evaluation and Research Final Report that was published last year. The representatives from Midwest Evaluation will be presenting before the committee this afternoon. And I'm going to move forward to slide 2. Federal law. The most recent large piece of federal legislation that touches on child support enforcement is the Personal Work Responsibility and Opportunity Act of 1996. It established a system of tracking, mandated states to adopt the Uniform Interstate Family Support Act, allowed enforcement agencies to access public and private records, and required states to adopt procedures for establishing paternity and child support orders. As mentioned in the previous discussion on the flowchart, 4D cases are cases in which the child or family receives state or federal assistance, or other cases handled by the 4D agency upon request of one or both parties. Non-4D cases are cases not handled by the 4D agency. In Kansas, DCF is the 4D agency. Moving forward to slide 3. Federal law requires states to have a single agency that establishes and enforces child support orders for 4D cases. Again, traditionally, those cases involving federal or state assistance. I would like to mention pass-through, which deals with the federal-state dual system. Pass-through is when families receiving benefits from TANF and Medicaid are required to cooperate with the state child support agency and sign over rights to child support. In some states, pass-through payments for TANF assistance range from $50 to the complete amount of assistance. Kansas does not provide pass-through and disregard any of the TANF benefits received. Essentially, the CASIS retains the owed amount from TANF in its entirety before releasing the child support payment to the payee. Moving forward to slide 4. The child support guidelines are established by state agencies. There are some federal requirements regarding what must be included, including health insurance coverage. From there are 3 main models used. The income shares model identifies the proportional amount of the income of parties. The percentage income model is set by percentage and sometimes varies by income level. Finally, the Melson formula model reviews the needs of parents, the needs of a child, and the standard of living for consideration. The most common is the income shares model, which is used in Kansas. The Melson formula is used in Delaware, where it was originated. In addition to child support guidelines being established by the state, establishment and enforcement means are also mostly located at the state level. This is done on a scale. Some states are more judicial. An example of a more judicial state would be where all hearings take place in a courtroom with a judge and attorneys representing both parties. On the other hand, a more administrative process would be where the state agency determines the amount with no judge or attorneys arguing for both sides. Most states fall on a spectrum where there are 2 different methods, maybe judicial if it involves a divorce, or administrative if it is just establishing paternity and support orders. Kansas tends to be more judicial in regards to establishment and enforcement means just because of statute. There are several methods for enforcing child support, such as income withholding, tax refund intercept, or contempt in court. At the federal level, there are also ways such as passport withholding or federal tax withholding. And moving on to slide 5, we'll talk about the funding. The federal government reimburses 2/3 or 66.6% of state administrative costs. States can also receive federal incentive funds. Those are provided by meeting performance measures. The main performance measures for which a state receives incentive funds include establishment of paternity, cases with orders, collection of orders and arrears, and cost effectiveness. These federal match and incentive dollars have to be invested back into the state child support programs, and there are also financial penalties for failing to hit certain performance measures. On slide 6, the state percentage of the incentive payment pool is multifaceted. First, there is to determine the state's maximum base incentive amount using the performance measure data. Depending on where a state falls, they may hit their target level for each performance measure. There are multiple levels for each measure. For example, if a state paternity establishment is 93%, they fall under the level that is 100%. Then you would multiply the applicable percentage for each performance measure by the state's collection base and add all 5 measures together. For example, if a state's collection base is $50 million, they would get $50 million for their state paternity establishment since it is 100% applicable percentage. They would do this for each of the 5 performance measures to get their maximum base incentive amount. Then you would divide the state's maximum base incentive amount by the total maximum base incentive amount for all states. This is the percentage of the incentive payment pool the state will receive for that fiscal year. It is a multi-layered system, but the key is if you hit performance measures, the state will receive more of its base amount and in turn a higher percentage of the incentive payment pool for that fiscal year. Moving forward to slide 7. In Kansas, there are a few key actors in child support enforcement. The Department for Children and Families is the 4D agency. However, Kansas is also a privatized child support enforcement state. As of October 1st, 2021, there are 2 contractors. The first grouping here is the Child Support Services Full Service Contractors. They are responsible for following DCF policy and procedures, obtaining new paternity and child support orders on behalf of DCF, monitoring compliance and taking enforcement action on behalf of DCF, and this also includes the call center functions, including answering questions, both general and specific, mailing requested documents, and providing protocol information. As I mentioned earlier, as of October 1st, there are only 2 contractors. Maximus is responsible for Wyandotte, Johnson, Shawnee, and Sedgwick counties, and Young Williams is responsible for the remaining counties throughout Kansas. Additionally, Young Williams is contracted to receive and disperse all child support payments in Kansas through the Kansas Payment Center. Finally, Kansas contracts out the infrastructure for their call center connections and automated line to Maximus, and you'll hear more about their plans to launch a mobile application later today. There has been a transition in call center services, which will also be discussed. From the non-4D perspective, district court trustees are appointed by a judge in some counties for the enforcement and collection of child support orders. Moving forward to slide 8. The Federal Office of Child Support Enforcement releases a preliminary report each fiscal year. The most recent data is for federal fiscal year 2020. This data was released in June 2021. There are 5 performance measures that would lead to higher percentages for the incentive payment pool. For fiscal year 2020, that's federal fiscal year, paternity establishment was about 100.6% in Kansas. Support order establishment was about 89.4%, and support order establishment is the number of 4D cases with support orders over the number of 4D cases total. Current collections, meaning the amount collected for current support and 4D cases over the amount owed, is 57.9%. 66.6% of cases with arrearages had a portion owed collected, and the cost effectiveness ratio, which would be total 4D collected over total 4D expended, was approximately $6.54 for federal fiscal year 2020. There are also some state fiscal year 2020 Kansas-specific data on that slide as well. And I am happy to stand for questions.
Where is that 57% that you were talking about? I don't see it on the sheet.
Oh,
On
really?
this previous slide.
Do you have the same slides?
I don't have that same slide.
Okay. I will make sure that it's updated then. 'Cause I will make sure that the committee has an updated slide with that information.
Any questions for Sharday at this time? Representative Armberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe that's kind of, I have that question of 5 performance measures, but if you look on slide 5, there's 4 check marks, so I wasn't sure what the 5th are. I'm assuming those are the performance measures.
Yes, so the collection of orders and arrears are 2.
Okay. And then the second question I have is for, you've mentioned multiple times as of October 1st of this year, as of October 1st this year. So were the caseloads just too much that Young Williams couldn't do it? What's the backstory of why we have 2?
Previously, there were 4 full-service contractors, and DCF will talk about their decision to switch to 2, but they felt like it would be more of a streamlined process to have 2 that were specific to counties.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ponkawee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And who did you say represented Sedgwick County, Wichita area again?
Madam Chair, Maximus is responsible for Sedgwick County.
Thank you.
I'd like to go to slide 8, and I just want to make sure I understand this, is child support collections, we're at 58.1%, and is that DCF, Young Williams, who is all that? Who is 58%? Representative Delperdang, if you, some of these folks are online, if you want to move up, you're welcome to move up here. So just want to let you know. And I thought I heard you say you can't hear, so you can't hear her. Well, why don't you, Representative Baumgartner is not here today. Senator Baumgartner, I'll be in trouble if she heard that. Representative Humphreys is not here. Senator Holscher is not here. So if you'd like to join, and I don't know those names down there, I can't see that far. Which name is that? She's not going to be here. You can just sit there. All right, let's get back to the question. I was just trying to understand this chart. Child support collections, is that Maximus, William Young or Young Williams? Is that DCF? Who all is involved in that 58%?
I believe that would be 4D in general, so it would include the cases that the 4 service contractors had through DCF.
Okay, could you, excuse me, would you double check that when you get a chance?
Yes.
And then on the collection of arrears, is it the same population that 58%?
I would have to check on
Same
that as well.
population? Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for those that are joining us virtually? Yeah, I think so, unless it gets hot in here. Any questions online? All right, I don't hear any. So where are we at next, Sharday?
That is all for me, presenting
Were
wise.
you going to go over the primer at all? So that you're just letting them know that they have that, correct?
Yes.
So, committee members, your orange sheet has an awful lot of good information in there. So I don't expect you to get it read this morning, but I just want to make sure you use that for your guidance as we move through the committee hearings. All right, so it looks like we are ready for the overview of 4D child support payment collections. We have Elizabeth, is it Cohn or Con? Cohn? DCF Child Support Services, 4D Director, Department of Children and Families. And you might show us what your testimony looks like before you begin. Okay. All right, proceed, please. your mic.
Chair McGinn, Vice Chair Humphreys, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Elizabeth Cohn. I manage the Kansas Department of Children and Families Child Support Division, which includes oversight of the Kansas 4D services. Per the committee's request, I'm here today to speak with you specifically about 4D child support payment collections. So the mission of the Child Support Services Program is we connect children to their families and to financial support. We do that through our governance is from federal law, regulations, and directives from the Office of Child Support Enforcement. We have state laws, including case law and regulations that we follow. And then we have 4D policy, procedure, and our statewide system called cases. The 4D primary functions are to establish new orders for support. We establish these judicially, and establishment of parentage orders. We issue notices to withhold income primarily to employers, but we will issue them to anyone who is a source of income. We fine parents. We modify existing child support orders. We oversee jointly with the Office of Judicial Administration, the State Disbursement Unit, the Kansas Payment Center, and then we do judicial and administrative enforcement of existing orders. We have multiple partners in the community and within the executive branch of government. We work with families, employers, LabCorp, who provides our DNA testing. We work with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Kansas Wildlife Parks and Tourism, Office of Information Technology Services, Kansas Department of Labor, Office of Administrative Hearings, Kansas Department of Corrections, Kansas Department of Administration, Kansas Department of Revenue, the Judicial Branch, the court trustees, various financial institutions, the federal executive branches of government, and all 4D state and tribal programs, as well as sheriffs and private process servers. Our daily operations as of October 1st are provided by Maximus and Young Williams, and we also have the Kansas Payment Center, which is contracted out to Young Williams. Our services differed. We had an RFP that was issued in the spring, and we adopted a different model. As was previously mentioned, we have 2 service providers that started 19 days ago. And the biggest change that our customer will see is that our call center is no longer operated by is no longer standalone. We have our 1-800 number, but then customers will be routed through that process to either speak with Young Williams or Maximus, depending on where their case is located. So if they have a Sedgwick County case, they should speak directly to Maximus employees. Our previous model was you called the call center, they read the narration, they got a call back. Now they are to speak to a customer service representative, and it should be escalated internally, and they should spend as much time as they need on the phone to resolve those customer questions. So that's the primary change that as a result of this contract. So what are our goals and success factors? We are looking for a strong workforce. We want our contractors to recruit, develop, and retain child support professionals. We are seeking accountability, primarily timely and accurate casework from our contractors. And we are seeking consistency. We want a unified One Kansas team, 4D team mentality and approach. We want timely and consistent communications to 4D families and partners, and as well as family engagement with the 4D program to keep the agency informed of changing circumstances. We are working to maintain and work to increase our current federal performance. And there were some questions about the numbers that were shown. Those are only on the 4D caseload. The 4D caseload is what is managed by the Department of Children and Family, overseen by the R4D contractors, overseen by DCF, and those are reported annually to the Office of Child Support Enforcement. But it is only 4D cases that are part of those statistics. We set and modify fair and appropriate child support orders, and we hold service providers to set outcomes. We are also working under these contracts to amplify community engagement to increase awareness of the 4D program, as well as connect employers to 4D families. So some statistics about the 4D program. In state fiscal year 21, we had 129,748 open 4D cases, and we served 187,304 active children. We worked with 61,228 employers, of which 17,988 were in Kansas and 43,000 were non-Kansas employers. We established 3,688 new orders and established parentage for 950 children.
So you just quoted a whole bunch of statistics, and I'm not seeing it. Where? Get close to my mic.
I don't know if those are in the testimony that was submitted.
Okay, so will you be following along with your testimony, or do you have additional, I mean, when you start throwing out statistics, I'd sure like to see where those are at.
Right. We created an infographic.
And that's on another sheet that we have?
I don't.
Do we have that sheet?
Yes, it was submitted.
Okay, looking for
So
it. It's a bright colored yellow.
it looks like this, and it has graphs on the back. If not, I have some extra copies. Yeah.
Okay, so would you please go back and when you started throwing out statistics and if you're on page 3, I mean, if you're talking about that page, please let us know. And if you're on something else, I'm trying to follow your
Oh,
testimony.
I was just going through the infographic. I did not read my testimony.
Okay, all right. Just
did
let
you
us
want
know
me to
where you're at.
Okay.
So we know to take notes.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Let's go. We'll go.
Well,
to your,
I'll just go through my testimony then.
Well, but it's okay. We just want to be able to follow, and we can't take notes when we don't know where you're at. So do you want to just start again on this sheet then? Is this the one that you quoted the statistics?
If you flip it over
Right, but-
Yeah, right. I gave my copy away. So I don't have it memorized. I'm sorry. Thank you. Sure.
Okay, let's start with that.
With the cases served.
Yes, please.
Okay. So in state fiscal year 21, we had 129,748 open 4D cases, and we served 187,304 active children. We worked with 61,228 employers, of which almost 18,000 were Kansas employers, and 43,000 were non-Kansas employers. We established 3,688 new orders judicially, and 950 parentage were established, also judicially. And then if you look at our graphs in the next section, that is based on federal fiscal year 20. Our federal fiscal year 21 numbers are not yet available. We report in October and early November on those things. So as you look at these 3 graphs, these are our child support, current support collections, cases with arrears collections, and cost effectiveness ratio. And if you look at page 9 of our testimony, you'll see the definitions for the 5 performance measures and how they're calculated. So current collections correlates to current support collections, and this compares the amount of current support collected versus the total amount of current support owed in the 4D caseload. So we're only looking at 4D cases. So I selected these 4 fiscal years. So 2013 would have closed September 30th of 2013, and the first round of privatization began in September of 2013. 2015 would have been after the full transition was gone through, and then 2017 is middle of that contract, and then 2020 is the last federal fiscal year available. So this is a month-by-month view of the collections across those fiscal years.
I want to go back to,
Sure.
just on that top part of your graph, the open 4D cases, 129,000.
Yes.
The 4D active children, what is the definition and the difference between an open case is a case that you're working on?
Right, but a case can have multiple children associated with it.
Okay, so of those cases, you have 187 children within that
Yes.
system? Okay, thank you.
So, so cases with arrears collection, then the next graph down. This arrearage collection, the definition is this compares the number of child support cases that made a payment towards an arrears balance versus the total number of cases in the 4D caseload that owe arrears. And again, I use the same for fiscal years.
So that means 67% of those people that were in arrears in 2020 made a payment versus your success rate in 2015.
Correct.
Okay. So you had some success getting them to make a payment.
That is correct. And as a side note, that we were able to intercept the first economic impact payment, which counted towards arrears. So that is why you're seeing some of that anomaly.
So the economic impact payment.
Right, there were 3 of them. The 4D programs were able to offset the first one.
All right. Representative Orberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't understand why in October of each fiscal year that we're looking at, it's so low and then it just skyrockets. I don't understand why it's
Because we have to start over. Because October is the first month of our fiscal year, so it resets every October.
okay.
All right. Continue. Thank you.
And then the last one is just the cost effectiveness ratio, and this measures how many 4D child support dollars were collected versus how much was spent on 4D administration of the program. So I believe we collected $6.70 per every dollar spent last year.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and continue.
So a couple key things about the 4D program that, people can enroll for our services, or when you're open to certain programs that you are required to participate. There is no cost to the 4D program, but the 4D program cannot guarantee collections, that child support will be collected, and we cannot guarantee that a parent will be found. We do our best to assist parents in locating individuals, but sometimes we just don't have enough information and our locate tools cannot find them in order to establish a support order, parentage order, or to collect from them.
Does that include out-of-state as well as in-state?
Yes, the 4D program falls under the Uniform Interstate Family Support Act, and so we work cooperatively with other 4D programs. So if someone is believed to be in another state, we will work with that other. For example, if someone is found in Hawaii and we don't have any jurisdiction over them, we would work with the state of Hawaii 4D program for them to do the next step in the case. It may be establishment of an order, or it may be enforcement of it, register and enforce the Kansas order.
Do you have statistics on your success rate of out-of-state versus in-state?
I do not.
Okay. You don't have that today, but is that something you guys can pull?
I would have to look. I don't know. I believe we have a count, but I'm not sure that we have. I will have to look and see what things are you interested in?
Well, not to get you off your testimony, but do you get federal funding to help you with those out-of-state payments? Or not? No?
Not directly. It's just we all, I mean, all 4D programs cooperate the same way. So but we're not paid like specifically for, if we're working a case for Hawaii, we're not paid specifically to work that case for Hawaii.
Correct. But do you get federal dollars that help you work these out-of-state cases?
Our program is 66% funded federally, 34% state.
Okay.
And so, but we don't receive any additional dollars other than our normal budget.
Okay, all right. Please continue.
So on page 4 of the testimony is a graph. So back to the current support percentage, and the Office of Child Support Enforcement prepared a data analytics report, and in this report for us was the national trend versus the Kansas trend. And this chart begins in 2007, and as you can see, the national trend is, a slow, steady increase, and Kansas does not have that stable, continuous gain. So some of the key things that make our program unique is the variety of orders and family situations that are part of the 4D program, as well as the length of time orders stay within our program. Some children spend the entire majority with a child support order in place, others it is just for a short time. Further, the highs and lows of the economy also impact the collection as different sources are put forth, such as the extended unemployment benefits after the last recession, which impact those years of collections, but were not continued long-term. It is currently unclear to Kansas 4D the correlation between family structure, the economy, and the amount of the monthly support order, and the impact on 4D collections of monthly support obligations. We do know that it is unlikely to be something that is fixed quickly or with sudden large gains. So, in November of 2019, we engaged the services of an independent evaluator, and Midwest Evaluation and Research provided three top recommendations to us. They wanted us to maximize the potential of privatization contracts, update the statewide computer system, and modernize the Kansas 4D program. And so what we have underway right now is we are working to repeat our performance year over year to determine a stabilized baseline. A baseline of performance was included in the new contracts, and from this baseline, we can work with our contractors to identify where we can shift policy, procedure, or cases to make meaningful change to our collections and other performance measures. It will take a partnership with our data and our contractors to determine the root cause of our performance instability. Further, if changes are needed to cases, they should be easier to accomplish as the replatforming to a different code base is scheduled to be completed in early 2023. CSS is excited to be in.
Excuse
Oh,
me,
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember, was there a post-audit on some of this?
I don't recall that we had a
Okay.
post audit.
So everything had to do with the fact that you hired an independent evaluator is the results of why you're doing 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, it could be linked to that.
Okay, it didn't have to do with the post-audit. Okay, thank you.
So,
Madam Chair.
CSS is excited to be undertaking these changes. We are thankful for the lessons learned from the Midwest evaluation that helped shape our focus and vision. Our goal is to improve the customer service experience for 4D families and stakeholders and any other factors that are within our control to deliver the best program experience. Thank you for your continued interest and partnering to help us achieve our goal. And then pages 7 to 10 of the written testimony gives some additional Kansas 4D context and includes a map of the child support services contracts. So.
All right, are there any questions? Yes, Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And these are just general. I'm just trying to better understand it. I'm not
Sure.
pushing back on you or anything, but on page 4, the graph there, it shows that Kansas ranks 44th since 2008, and the low point was 54% collection. So roughly half of what we should be doing. But then I'm trying to figure out on the page just prior, you had mentioned Maximus and Young Williams. I'm not familiar with them or what they do, but earlier in the testimony, we were given this how the money flows. Where do they fit in this? Because I
Okay.
don't see them.
So, so if you look at page 7.
Of yours? Okay.
So Kansas in 2013 fully privatized. Prior to that, we were a mixture and we were operated out of the state as state employees, and we had some private enforcement contractors. But in 2013, we fully privatized, and that means at that point in time, we hired contractors to do the day-to-day operations. So from September of 2013 to September of 2021, September of 2021, we had 4 contractors and a standalone call center. And then in this spring, we issued a request for proposal, and so we ended the prior contracts and we started new contracts this year. And our 2 new contractors are the Maximus and Young Williams. And so they provide the day-to-day operations. Maximus is in the 4 urban areas, and Young Williams has the rest of the state.
So if I may continue. Okay, so they're doing operations. They're not doing collections?
Well, no, our operations are collections. So
So-
when I say operations, so what they do is from the minute someone calls our 800 number, if it can't go through the automated portion, it will either transfer to the Young Williams office or their Maximus office, and they will send out an enrollment form, or they will give them the status of their case, or they will give them an update, and or they will continue to work that case to the next step. There are many people who come into our office who in our cases we have 3, we have an enrollment form, which is, I did not provide copies of these, they're available on site, but parties fill out our enrollment form. And this is how a case starts with us, and they can either they don't have any orders, and we establish new orders for people. So they may be coming in with a divorce or a pre-existing child support order, or they may need assistance to determine who their child's legal parent is. And they'll complete this enrollment form, and from this enrollment form, we then process the case and get it to the next step, which is where we find the parent. We will then, we have attorneys who represent the Secretary of DCF on staff, and they will file a legal action in our court system to either establish parentage or a child support order. We'll use the child support guidelines and we'll get that established. We run into difficulty from this enrollment application to, if we cannot find the person, then, we have to find that person before we can personally serve them. And then we will get them personally served, we'll get the lawsuit. So then they have an order of support or an order of parentage. And then the enforcement begins. So we need that order established, and that can either come from our agency or from a divorce or a private action. So then we get that order of support, and then the collections begin. And we issue income, and then we start looking for employers or other sources of income. And we get those income withholding orders sent out to those employers, and we transfer them to employers as people move jobs. And then we also do modifications along the way so that they don't have the same order that they had at birth, at 18. And we add children into orders as relationships add children. We'll work to add those parties into pre-existing orders or get them a new order.
So the state outsourced this process in 2012-13 range?
The first full privatization began in September of 2013. Prior to that, we had privatization in the enforcement of child support orders. We've had that for some time, but the current model that we're under, this full privatization, began in September of 2013.
Okay, and then, so the absolute low point in collections was the following year. So it took it downhill even further, but it looks like we're creeping back upward a bit.
That is correct. 2014 was not a good year for us. So, and then when your question about the rank, so every year there's the 5 performance measures, and all the 50 states plus the 4 territories measure them. You're just ranked, and overall our rank we show as 44th in our collection efforts against the other 54 programs.
Thank you.
Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm just going to apologize to the committee with all my questions. I actually interned for DCF one summer here in Topeka and worked for the Child Support Services, and so it's kind of great to go back into all this. In your testimony, do you have, and I didn't see it, and could you provide the formula of how child support is, how you guys come up with your total per parent or whatever, since it's based off income and.
Well, we follow the Kansas Child Support Guidelines.
Right. Could you provide that to the committee, or could we get that from research or anything?
I'm sure research can get that for
Somebody-
us.
Well, right, it's on the Office of Judicial Administration website where the guidelines are. But I can happily provide a copy of the guidelines to you.
We have research and they can,
Okay.
do it, so we're okay. And,
All right.
And they know they have to assist us and hold our hand once in a while.
I just think that the just to see what the formula is would be eye-opening for our members on this. And then also, I thought I heard somebody try to ask a question.
I'm getting ready to.
It was just really faint though, so we couldn't
Yeah,
really
no,
hear.
they text me, so we're good. Okay. All right, at this time, we're going to recognize Senator Baumgardner on WebEx. Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
If you could be wait, we're going to turn you up just a little. Yep, we're good.
Thank you. I have 3 quick questions. The first one has to do with that 2-page sheet that was handed out that has the line charts. And I was just curious because, typically when we receive charts from agencies, it shows the 2 or 3 prior years. But you show 2020 and then it skips to 2017. So is the information with regard to 2019 and 2018 available?
It is. I just picked these years for the reasons that I gave. We have it for every year. So if you would like a more in-depth chart, we can provide that.
I think that would be helpful because I think we should see what the impact of all of the in-state businesses being shut down and funds not getting through the Department of Labor with folks that were unemployed. I think that would be helpful for us to see that full picture. When you say we find employers, is that DCF that finds the employers of those that owe child support, or is that Maximus and Young Williams that is tasked with finding?
Our contractors are tasked with the daily operations, which would include finding employers.
So do DCF employees also work to find employers, or is that being done by the 2 contracted?
DCF does not, our CSS administration does not, we have 1 active caseload, which is our adoption caseload, but other than that, all casework is done by our contractors.
I appreciate that because I kept hearing we, and I wanted the distinction of if we is actually those contractors. So do both Maximus and Young Williams focus on not only in-state but also out-of-state collections?
Can you clarify what you mean by out-of-state collections?
Well, you gave us data about how much funding comes in from non-Kansas employers. So that would be out of state to me.
Right, but so to clarify that, when we send notices of income withholding orders to employers. We will send it to the employer's headquarters. So if so an employee can work in Kansas where we have jurisdiction, but their headquarters and their personnel office is in Florida. So we would send it to Florida. But so this breakdown of a total employers is just to let you know that we have about 18,000 that are Kansas employees employed by Kansas employers. The other ones are probably national companies. So we work with about 43,000 that are not headquartered in Kansas.
Okay, thank you. And my last question has to do with, you mentioned the recommendation to modernize the 4D system. What exactly does that entail, to modernize the 4D system?
Well, that was just the recommendation from Midwest Evaluation, and they then went in to explain that modernization and what they interpreted that to be. And I know that they're speaking later today, so I don't. Do you want my interpretation or?
Oh, well, we may get this information about how they're going to modernize this afternoon?
I believe so. Looking through their written report, what they meant by that modernization of the 4D system.
Senator Baumgartner.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to kind of tail on the senator's comments on this chart here, is there any information pre-2013?
Yes, we have it back to when the performance measures went into effect, which was at about 2000.
Okay, if you're going to get us more information, could we get that also?
Sure.
And then how long are the contracts for?
I'm sorry, how long are the contracts?
Yeah. Is it a 3-year contract, 4-year contract?
My recollection is that it's a 3-year contract with terms of renewal, but I will double check that for you.
Okay, and then I walked in late, so I was trying to play catch up when KLRD was giving their presentation. But on page 3 of KLRD's slideshow, they talk about pass-through, and Kansas, along with 24 other states, does not pass through disregard any of the TANF benefits received. Can you just comment on that a little bit more, give me a better understanding?
Not off the top of my head, but I can pull this, I can get you something in writing to clarify that.
Okay, because like I say, my fault, I was late, but I'm just looking back through that, I was just trying to wrap my head around what that actually means. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions in the room or on virtual WebEx? Seeing or hearing none. Will you be staying with us today?
I will.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll turn our attention to, let's see, where are we? The overview of the non-4D child support payment collections, and we have Carl Wheeler, Court Trustee of the 18th Judicial District Court, which is in Sedgwick County. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Carl Wheeler. I'm the court trustee in the 18th Judicial District, which is Sedgwick County. I've been the court trustee there for approximately 5 years. However, I've been in child support for about 18 years. I started out with actually the predecessor to Young Williams here in Shawnee County in 2003. So I'm familiar with the process on pretty much on both sides of the aisle there. The 4D process is slightly, or the non-4D process is slightly different than the 4D process. We don't worry about what the feds necessarily think about our collections or what types of collections we do. We simply collect the funds. The court trustees are authorized by KSA 20-375 for each particular county. And our job is to improve the enforcement of duties and support for support and restitution. That includes both child support, spousal support, and restitution to the court and the parties. The trustee is also charged, not all counties collect restitution. There are a few that do. Most of us are mainly child support and/or spousal support. At this time, we have about 13 non-4D court trustees in the state of Kansas. I think that represents about 16 judicial districts. All of the trustees collect either also the support, some also collect fees and restitutions. Non-4D trustees do not establish any type of support order. Some of them will modify an order on occasion, but generally, we're simply there to enforce whatever's already in place. So when they come to our office, there's already parentage established, there's already a support order established, and we're simply there to enforce what the court has in the court file. Now, part of the reason for that is, most of our customers or our clients, they hire private attorneys to establish their particular orders. Sometimes they'll do it pro se, but the majority of them will hire private attorneys. They pay to make sure that their interests are completely represented, whereas we don't represent either party in the collection process. And so those orders come in, they charge their particular fees, and then it comes to us for collection. The collection is a whole lot cheaper through the non-4D trustees than it is through private attorneys. According to statute, we're allowed to charge up to a 5% collection fee of whatever amount is collected. That is to sustain the operations of our offices. That's not for profit at all. That is simply to pay the cost of what our office is to run. Not all of the trustees charge that. My office happens to charge 3.5% of whatever is collected. And that covers our salaries, that covers our expenses, that covers our supplies, and we provide those services to that. The caseloads aren't near as large. The non-4D trustee in my county, which is the largest county in the state of Kansas, we have under 6,000 cases for the non-4D, whereas since 2013, our office has also been the 4D contractor up until recently. In fact, for enforcement, it's been the 4D contractor since 1985. And so I know that we had approximately 27,000 cases in our 4D office when we held that. We have just a little over 5,000 now. Out of that, in last year, and I tried to make it the same as the federal fiscal year, so I went October through September, my office collected $30.35 million from those 5,000 cases. The prior year before that, which was during the pandemic, we collected $31.93 million. As you can see, that's a large percentage compared to what the 4D had collected at that particular time. The non-4D offices does not have the benefit of some of the 4D programs, such as we don't have any access to federal or state offsets of income taxes. We don't have any interception of unemployment benefits other than what's ordered by the courts. And so we simply go to the courts and ask them for whatever help they can provide through their court orders, and that's how the collections come in. As with the 4D, our biggest portion of our collections comes from income withholding orders issued to employers. When we find the employer, we issue the income withholding order. It comes straight out of their checks, and they don't necessarily have to think twice about it necessarily. As I stated, most of our offices don't do any modifications. There are a few occasions where some of the 4D or non-4D offices will do modifications, and we don't adjust any of the orders other than what it is by law. If it's to be adjusted automatically upon emancipation of a child, Our office is charged with making sure that that's done properly and timely so that the parties don't become overpaid, or to determine exactly what it is they still owe or don't owe on their child support orders or spousal support orders. And then we collect those as well. As I stated, one of the reasons our offices have been so efficient is because we don't have to worry about some of these federal measures that the 4D office does. We don't receive any monies from them. And so our main goal is simply to obtain as much money as we can and put it into the hands of the children and families of our particular counties. So I don't necessarily have any other information other than I'm available to answer any questions, and I should be here all day to answer additional questions if you have those.
Could you just kind of walk me through, on a non-4D, they would go to the court, and the court would decide who pays,
Correct.
and then you, your firm, whoever, you go and make sure that they set up that payment system and they pay.
That's correct.
And you do not receive, it's all the 5%, the 3.5%. It's all streamlined. You do not receive any federal dollars.
That's correct, Your Honor. Or, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yes. No, everything is done judicially. Those orders are established according to the Kansas Child Support Guidelines, which is mandated throughout Kansas. Then they're referred to our office. In Sedgwick County, there is a local rule where everything that's not 4D is referred to my office for collections unless there is a special exception where the parties want to opt out of any type of collection services, and to do that, they have to file a motion and go in front of the chief judge and prove that that's in the best interest of the child.
Okay, so do you have any kind of a hammer? I mean, if they don't pay, I mean, you just continue to issue letters and say, hey, you need to pay, and
We do that. Our main enforcement tool, other than the income withholding orders, would be an order of contempt. Kansas law provides for indirect contempt of court. All child support orders are civil orders, and so we follow KSA 20-1204A, which is the contempt of court statute. And the court can hold them in contempt for not following the court's order in making those payments and supporting their families. There's a possibility they could be incarcerated for that. Sedgwick County has a great work release program, and the idea of that is to put them into work release and get them, help them find a job through that, something that they can maintain once they are released from that program, which is usually within a few months, once they begin making those particular payments.
what's the percentage of people that go to the work release program? Or, I mean, is it as a small population?
It would be probably a small population compared to the rest of them. I mean, we'll have 30 to 40 people on our contempt docket each week, each of our attorneys, and there's me and one other attorney. Of that amount, two or three of them a month might go to work release. It just depends on what their particular situation is. We don't always ask for work release, depending on, if they're injured or if they were laid off through the pandemic or something of that nature where the money can be provided. But for those who simply don't pay, that is an option that we request.
And then, are all of these folks that you're encouraging to pay from Kansas, or you go out of state?
We do not have any interstate enforcement measures other than Kansas statute allows us to issue a direct income withholding order. If we have a party who lives in Texas, for example, and we know they're working down there, we can issue an income withholding order directly to their employer, and their employer will pay it in. Other than that, you really need personal jurisdiction over the person in order to enforce that particular order and compel them to pay. We don't do that. We can't cross the state lines like that. If somebody like that comes up, we would refer them over to the 4D program for an interstate action.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, is what if I start the process with you? They make a few payments, then they move out of state and they quit making payments. Now you have to turn them over to non-4D
We would refer them to the non-4D, correct?
because they receive the federal money and they have the agreements to do some of the enforcement that you do not.
That's correct. They have the agreements through these interstate compacts in order for the other states to pick up that order, register it, and enforce that through the 4D program there.
Okay, and I haven't had a chance to do the math here, but what would be a percent of your collection rate of, we had this
Of the
cases
amount-
in arrear collections. I'm just curious what you guys look like.
We don't track that particular information. As I said, our main goal is just to collect as much as possible and get it into the hands of the families. We did spend a considerable amount of money in our county to upgrade our case management system a few years back, which took a few years to do, and it's what I would consider state-of-the-art now, but it does not provide that type of tracking, and I don't know how much of an effort it would be to go back and actually figure that. But I think the collection numbers themselves would speak for themselves. I mean, compared to the 4D offices, which I also manage the legal side of that, up until October of this year, we were collecting with over 5,000 cases, about 60 to 66% of what we collected on the 4D side with 27,000 cases.
Okay. Could you tell me if, so if that would happen, would that person have to start the process all over again? If the individual moved out of state and you said you turn them over to non-4D, probably a question for the previous conferee, they'd start that whole process all over again.
I'm not sure, but what you mean by start that whole process again, what happens under the Uniform Interstate Family Support Act is the order that was established here in Kansas would be sent to the other state to be registered as their order, and then they would enforce it down there just like it would have been enforced in Kansas had they stayed in Kansas.
Okay. Other questions? Around in the room, anyone online, virtual? Are you able to stay for just a little bit?
I can be here all day.
Okay, all right. Thank you for being here, appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I don't have a vice chair, so unless she wants to try to see the room and chair while I'm gone. So let's take a 10-minute break, try to be back around 10:25.
Federico Durst Consulting. I just want to be on the record to say that I'm here today in one capacity and one capacity only, and that is as a private citizen on an issue that is 100% personal in nature. With me today also are my 18-year-old daughter, Ava, and my mother, Teresa. You have heard from the agencies about how the 4D and non-4D programs are structured and how they are supposed to work. But I can assure you that they are even more complex to navigate than they are to understand. My testimony is long. I apologize for that. It's a summary of years worth of a battle, basically. So today in my comments before you, I really just hope to hit the treetops, and I hope that you'll feel compelled to read my testimony for details. As I mentioned, non-payment of child support is a battle that I've been fighting for 13 years with both the 4D and the non-4D aspects of the state's program. My daughter's biological father, unfortunately, is the definition of a deadbeat dad. He hasn't seen her since she was 2 years old and owes over $53,000 in back support. But we're not here today to talk about that. We're to talk about the system. And it feels to me as though the agencies responsible for enforcement are doing nothing to help. With the the non-4D system, I navigated this system for 10 years. In 2005, a non-4D child support order was established through the Shawnee County District Court, but maintained privately through the district court trustee, and that was because I was not receiving state assistance. The child support order in my case required monthly payments to be made to the Kansas Payment Center. And while that started off okay, there were two key events that occurred since that time that precipitated his willful non-compliance with payment, one in 2008, the other in 2014. Those details are in my testimony. Nearly 2 years after he became delinquent, the trustee first began attempting to collect on the debt. He lives in the state of Missouri and is self-employed, so he refuses the income withholding orders as his own employer and returns no service of the garnishments and income withholding order attempts. So nearly 3 years after he stopped making payments and when the arrears exceeded $14,000, I wrote a letter to the district court judge as well as the trustee asking them to pursue other civil remedies to enforce payment of the support for my minor child. I received no response from them for over a year. So by 2018, the debt was exceeded $23,000. And at that time, I received letters from the district court trustee informing me that because it was an interstate case, that office was unable to enforce the order. I was encouraged to contact Young Williams, who you've heard is the DCF contractor, to seek state enforcement and elevate my case to the 4D level. Now, I want to point out that these letters from the trustee came 10 years after the support first went into an arrears status. By this time, my daughter was 15 years old. In August of 2018, I contacted DCF and was notified that I was required to fill out an application in order for the state to assume jurisdiction over my case, thereby elevating it from a non-4D to a 4D case. That application was 15 pages long and required a lot of documentation, including but not limited to the establishment of paternity and copies of relevant court orders. I spent the next several months doing research, gathering the required information and more. And on March 6th of 2019, I took a day off of work, went and sat in the Topeka Service Center of Young Williams, hand-delivered that 15-page application with over 50 pages of supporting documentation. Those records included a warranty deed and other records showing his residential property in the state of Missouri, a deed of trust showing the loan information and banking institution for their residents, LCC filing details and articles of incorporation for his business, showing that it was registered at his residential address, and Missouri court records demonstrating that their Department of Revenue had filed and successfully collected back taxes from him at those addresses that were contained in the paperwork I provided. 5 months passed. I heard nothing. In August of 2019, I contacted Child Support Enforcement seeking an update. I was informed that they were still trying to locate him and had not made any attempt to contact Missouri. Now, I was confused by this because all of the information was in the records that I had hand-delivered. So at this point, I knew 5 months had passed. I knew that the arrears calculation that I had provided to them in my application was now out of date. So I contacted the district court trustee to get an updated calculation to then provide back to the state so that they had accurate records when they took enforcement action. When I contacted the district court trustee, I was told that they could no longer talk to me because my case had been closed at that level when the state had filed their notice of 4D status. So at this point, Young Williams was the contractor responsible for enforcement. I took another day off of work, went to the Topeka Service Center to visit with someone about my case, and was informed that the information I had provided had not been entered correctly into the system. So she took another full copy of the application and 50 pages worth of supporting documentation and sat there and proceeded to tell me that it would take 3 to 6 months for them to complete a locate on him. Now, I didn't understand this. Having been in law enforcement for 18 years, I knew that there were easier ways, so I pulled out my cell phone while I was in her office. I contacted the City of Springfield's utility department, and I verified on speakerphone that there were current residential utilities in his name at that address on that day. In September of 19, about a month, more than a month later, hadn't heard anything yet. I spent over 3 hours on the phone with the call center, getting transferred around, trying to get an update on my case, trying to understand what systematic failures had occurred that had caused so much time to pass with no action. And the supervisor that I visited with acknowledged a few different things. One was that they had failed to connect the establishment with the enforcement of my order. So the paperwork went to the state of Missouri for the first time more than 7 months after I had delivered the first copy of this file. In the following months, I made several contacts with their office, trying to get an update, trying to understand what was going on. And through those conversations, I was told some of the following things that I think are important for you to know. That there are no caseworkers assigned to cases, that there are certain, quote, monitoring tools in place in their system, presumably cases, that some caseworkers just fail to utilize or utilize on a consistent basis. Last January, before Ava turned 18, Young Williams contacted me to process her emancipation. So while the tools in their system don't work to give me routine updates, the tools in their system work to emancipate her from a system when she turns 18. At that time, I asked for an update on the enforcement action, and I learned that it had been over 5 months at that time since they had last contacted Missouri, even to figure out what was going on in my case. To this day, my order is still not established in the state of Missouri. Last February, I was growing desperate for intervention. My arrears exceeded $50,000 and nothing was being done. So I got online, did research, and located the cell phone number for Kelly Lamson, who's the regional vice president of Young Williams that oversees the contracts in Nebraska and Kansas. I contacted her directly, and I point this out because I went straight to the top of the contracting agency for help. And I was referred back to DCF, to the ombudsman. So in February, I received a call from Director Cohn and their lead ombudsman in DCF, walk them again through my case and my frustrations. And at this point, I'm caught between the non-4D aspects and the 4D aspects of the program. They're pointing their fingers at each other. They're saying, we can't help you with this. You need to go to the district court. District court says, we can't help you. Your case is closed. You need to go to the 4D level. I was advised at that time that I needed to retain a private attorney to help enforce my child support order. Now, I don't understand why, when the state of Kansas is paying millions of dollars for contractors to perform a function, that I or other Kansans should have to retain a private attorney to seek enforcement on a lawful order of the court. On that conversation, the director and the lead ombudsman, when I expressed my frustrations and failures with the system, acknowledged that they had concerns with the contractor's performance and encouraged me to contact the procurement officer at the Department of Administration and make my concerns known because of the ongoing RFP process that you heard them mention earlier. My attempts to get an update from the ombudsman since that time have since been referred back to the contractor. I don't know what the status of my case is. My testimony contains just a summary of the pertinent calls or exchanges of information, the contacts that I have had with these various parties. And in the period of time between March of 2019 and October of 2021, not only did I take 2 full days off of work to walk my documents in and try to get an update, I've documented 25 separate instances where I visited, made phone calls, or sent emails, sometimes spending 2 to 3 hours of my time each time. And I've documented 9 instances where my calls or requests for information have been ignored. Now, I've spent hours researching the contracts in the state procurement system as they relate to child support enforcement and collections. A summary or details of those contracts are included in my written testimony, but what I want to point out for you today is that in my research since FY 2015, Kansas has paid over $194.6 million for child support enforcement and collection services. And I suspect that the real costs far exceed those that are outlined in my testimony because they do not include the costs of program functions that are centralized within DCF, nor do they include the contracts OJA has for court debt collections or the fees that the Kansas Payment Center deducts and collects from support payments in addition to what they get from the state of Kansas. Now, there are a number of observations which I perceive to be systematic failures. From my firsthand experience, they failed to enter the current address into the cases system and failed to connect the enforcement with the establishment, which led to a 7-month delay in them even initiating action. Their failure to assign caseworkers to see a case through contributes to an overall lack of accountability. They acknowledged either no use or misuse of the monitoring tools available in their systems. And although my case is an interstate case, they did not and have not requested the assistance of OCSE, which is the federal level, to intervene in my case. There is an overall lack of coordination between the 4D and non-4D agencies. There's a lack of coordination between the state of Kansas and the state of Missouri, who will also note their operations are also overseen by Young Williams. And there's a lack of coordination between DCF, the call center, child support services, and child support enforcement. Now, at a more macro level, some of the contracts that I reviewed with Maximus and Young Williams specifically included baseline performance measures and laid out monetary penalties for poor performance. Those details are included in my written testimony. With regard to the call center, I mentioned to you that I've spent numerous occasions on the phone for 2 to 3 hours at a time, only to find out no action had been taken. That doesn't comply with the performance measures that are outlined in those contracts. Young Williams has been required to maintain a baseline of 60% for cases paying towards arrears. Yet, according to DCF's testimony to the Budget Committee's last legislative session, those performance standards did not meet that level in 2017 or 2019. So now we get to this August. On August 11th of this summer, DCF announced that they had reduced the number of contractors from 4 to 2 and eliminated the call center in an effort to simplify delivery of services for families across the state. Now, those contractors that were chosen to run the state's 4D program were Maximus and Young Williams. And in a statement to the media, Secretary Howard was quoted as saying, "We were looking for partners that helped us achieve the priorities of timely, correct, and accurate casework, and we believe the 2 new vendors fit that mold." These are not new vendors. And to achieve the priorities of timely, correct, and accurate casework, it was just 6 months before this announcement that DCF's 4D director and lead ombudsman, aware of the performance issues, encouraged me to talk to the procurement officer responsible for overseeing the then active RFP that ultimately led to the selection of the very contractors who have failed the state for 10 years. Now, members of this committee may or may not know that just last October, after 2 years of noncompliance, the state fired Maximus as the CanCare Clearinghouse coordinator because of their, quote, continued failure to meet the base contract's service level agreements. Kansans were being denied benefits. These are not new contractors. These are contracts that were failing and they were reawarded. Now, I shared with you a few minutes ago that Kansas has paid over $194 million for support and collection activities since fiscal year of 2015. Yet, despite that investment, a recent report revealed that as of fiscal year 20, Kansas has accumulated nearly $842 million in unpaid support. From my research, I learned that there are over 103,000 cases with arrears due, yet less than 69,000 of those have payments being made towards the arrears. Now, of those cases, there are over 11,000 with an aggregate total of over 16 million in unpaid support that are interstate collections cases just like mine. They've been forwarded to another state for enforcement. You know, child support is an essential income for thousands of Kansas families. And when those supports are not paid, it becomes a source of strain and resource deprivation in the custodial parent's household. I experienced that firsthand. You know, I want to close with a couple of rhetorical questions. I've wondered often how many of those 103,000 families that were like me and not relying on state support have been forced to use it to supplement the loss of support that they're not receiving from a non-custodial parent. I've often wondered as I've sat through budget committees, what is the impact of that $842 million in unpaid support on human service caseload estimates or the state budget profile? I am here today because I'm losing hope. I'm here to personalize this issue and to let you know that if it can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. I do not know where else to turn. I still do not know who is responsible for filing the appropriate legal documentation to preserve the $53,000 of debt. The district court trustee or the non-4D agency in my case can't help me because it's now a 4D case. The 4D agency is telling me that the activities to preserve the debt and assess the judgment interest have to be done at the district court level. They're pointing fingers. The contractors and DCF staff keep referring me back to each other. Missouri won't talk to me, and yet all three have advised me to retain private counsel. I also want to just share with you that I did visit with a family law attorney last February, I believe, and was told that collection of child support became so complicated in Kansas for family law attorneys when they privatized that they no longer do it. I was told I needed to get a collection attorney, and the attorney that I was referred to serves as the district court trustee for Shawnee County. So they're not collecting in their capacity, but yet they're able to take private pay cases to do the same work. That makes no sense to me. I'm tired of fighting what is a losing battle. And while I might be the only person in this room today sharing my experience, I can assure you that I am not the only one. The data I just shared indicates there are over 100,000 families that likely have stories just like mine. They might be your friends, they might be your neighbors, they might be your fellow state coworkers like I. But at the end of the day, they're constituents. I'm not only here today to share my very personal story, but I'm here to expose theirs too. Because if I, with over 20 years of experience in the Kansas legal system and my exposure and knowledge of state government, if I can't move the needle on my case, what does that mean for the people that maybe don't speak English, or maybe work 3 jobs, or maybe can't take 3 hours to make a phone call? We need advocates. And it might be too late to fix this system for us, but I hope you can help fix it for the others.
Thank you, Katie. Took a lot of courage to go through that, many years of frustration, and I would agree. I think many of us know what a competent individual you are and the homework that you do and the diligence that you have to get through the system. And you are correct. You're probably one of the few that can do that, which tells me we're failing a whole lot of other individuals that would be frustrated after the first step, I'm sure. So again, thank you. Would you stand for some questions if we have some here? I have one. I'm trying to understand the 4D and the TANF relationship and the pass-through system. Kansas is not a pass-through system, so if they're not, the money goes where? Does it, like TANF or somewhere? And
my understanding from the research that I've done and the hearings that were held last year and some of the information contained in the primer is that in those cases where families are receiving TANF or in active foster care cases, in those cases when support is recovered, it doesn't go to the families, it's recuperated by the state. So I've often wondered if my case has been deprioritized because it's not an active support case. I don't know the answer to that. I've wondered if it's been deprioritized because it's a complex interstate case. I don't know.
well, that would certainly be a question for the agency when we get them back up here. So other questions for Katie? Anyone on the web? Questions? Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel bad for I'm always the one that's talking right now. One, I just have to say thank you for your testimony, and I'm writing down all these things as you were talking, and I'm really looking forward to reading this in depth. I first want to just get on the record, what a mess. What a mess. And I am so frustrated for you. I just think too about all of each year I get at least one handwritten, multiple pages letter mailed to me, somebody in my district having a similar issue. And so if you're having this issue, how many other people are having this issue? My question, and maybe it's something you want to ponder on, is in your opinion, how do we fix this?
You know, Representative Arnberger, I haven't really slept a lot since last week because this, you know, in a professional capacity, when I come before a committee and testify, there's always an ask, there's always a recommendation. There, you know, I don't have an ask today. It's such a complex system. I don't know how to fix it. I think that it can probably be simplified. I think that there are ways that the state would get better return on their investment to have it structured differently, and it be more successful. I don't know what the answer is, and it's probably not something that we'll, figure out overnight. I don't know. I'll keep thinking. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Well, I want to make a comment and then I'll recognize you. Thank you. I go back to the information we received from the agency about they have received their final report of the evaluator, Midwest Evaluation and Research, that they were going to maximize the potential privatization, update the statewide computer system, and modernize the Kansas 4D program. It's been over a year, and just so I hope they're making some progress on that, but we'll certainly be interested in that. And I'm also going to be interested in looking at how we compare to other states and how they are doing childhood enforcement. So staff, I'm letting you know that is information that I'm going to want to see. Representative Delperding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, you bring relevance to this. I appreciate you being here. So you've really hit some core here when you started telling what we are paying out for these collections, if you would. Curious part, I haven't seen it in other paperwork. I don't know if you've had it, but what are the collection amounts that are going through? And we're going to assume that then half of that is not actually getting collected, because I've seen various numbers here. But to me, I'm thinking this seems like an extremely a lot amount of money that we're paying out for X amount of collections coming in. I don't know what that X number is.
I don't either. The copies of the agency's testimony were, they were gone when I got here this morning, so I haven't.
I didn't see what I was looking for in the other testimony.
So there is OCSC, the federal agency, recently put out a report. It is in a footnote of my testimony where I talk about the thousands of cases that are opened and the amount of arrears that are past due. There is a link in there to the federal OCSC report, and I think that that would be a source of trying to answer your question in terms of how much we're getting back.
Because I'm thinking back in your previous life when you were working for KBI, you've got a certain amount of, whether it be offenders, whatever, they just go with the system. It happens. But then you got your bad apples, and we're going after the bad apples, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. What amount is out there for bad apples? What are we actually paying to get out of it? So what are we seeing on what's our return on investment is what I'm after.
I think that's a very valid question, and, there are over, like I mentioned, over 11,000 families that have interstate cases that are not being collected on, and why are we paying for a service if somebody can just jump the state line, refuse the paperwork that comes certified mail, and the agencies in the two states, same contractor, two states, not talking to each other. And so, 15 years of this battle, and my order has still not been filed in the state of Missouri for them to start working down the ladder to take enforcement and collection action. So, very valid question. Not one I have the answer to.
Okay. We have Senator Baumgartner on WebEx. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I simply want to say thank you for the testimony that we just heard. I can't think of anything more difficult than having to share the personal path you have had to take to just try and get to justice. And so thank you for that testimony. I do want to know if you could please share once again the component about the individual responsible for collecting at the judicial level that was referred to you to contract privately as a collections attorney. Could you step us through that one more time, because it does seem to be a true conflict of interest?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. Thank you for the question. So just to clarify, last February, I met with a family law attorney here in Topeka who was referred to me by several people as the best family law attorney in Topeka. And when I walked through the case with him, because of the complexities, the interstate issue, he said, you know, in order to preserve this debt and get it filed in the state of Missouri and start collecting on this debt, you really need to retain private counsel and a collection attorney at that. And I said, well, I don't know a collection attorney. Where do I go? And he said, well, really one here in this region, and that's the law office of Mark White. And I knew from just my case and you know, the documentation that I'd gotten from them that he also serves as the district court trustee in Topeka. So I just found it to be an extreme conflict of interest that, you know, and I don't think that that law office had anything with routing the referral back to them. I'm not alleging that, but I just think that there is an inherent conflict of interest where a district court trustee, in my case, maybe this doesn't happen all over the state, is not able to pursue action when it is a non-4D case in their jurisdiction, on their ball court, if you will, but then they can then take money from people like me as private counsel to then do the paperwork that the state's not doing. I hope that offers some clarification, Senator.
It does, Madam Chair. Thank you. I do see that we have vice presidents of Maximus as well as project operations individual from Young Williams. I believe they owe this committee and our state some answers with regard to why, with neighboring states that they also serve, we are not able to streamline the process. I think we need definitely some feedback from DCF as to how it is that we would reappoint or recontract with groups that have served us so poorly in the past. Just how could that be? And what are we receiving as far as clawback for services not rendered? So I am looking forward to that testimony this afternoon. But certainly it is unacceptable. These are Kansans, and Kansas tax dollars are paying for these services that are not being rendered. And Kansans do deserve better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else on WebEx that has a comment? Anyone else in the room? All right, I don't see any. Again, thank you, Katie, for sharing your story. And I'm sure we'll certainly have some questions for the agency as today and then when we have our next meeting as well.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You bet. All right, at this time, we're going to, I believe Patricia O'Donnell said that she could testify at this time. Correct? Okay, I see her coming up. Okay, that's our 1 o'clock. So we're going to go ahead and continue, and then perhaps we'll see if we can take an early lunch and get back here a little bit earlier. But at this time, we're going to have an overview of the Kansas Payment Center. Patricia O'Donnell, Vice President, Kansas Payment Center. Welcome to the committee. Like we're trying to get a PowerPoint up, so. And while they're doing that, I just want to, I don't know if I'll have Sharday go over this or not, but just again want to encourage the committee to take a look at the orange sheet. We've thrown around a lot of 4D, non-4D, and different things like that. So this does explain some of those entities. We're still waiting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's Susan Humphreys. Is that orange sheet something you all got just today, or is that in that packet of 13 documents that was sent electronically?
It should be in your documents. Sade is working on trying to get this PowerPoint up. Just a second. I'm going to see if I can find it here. Yeah, the primer. Do you see it, Jason? Okay. Jason says it's the one that begins with KLRD.
Okay.
I see
All right,
it there. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
And yours probably isn't orange. Sorry about that.
Not, that's probably what confused me. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning. Vice Chair and members of the committee. Is her mic on? Make sure your mic's on.
Oh, that's better.
All right.
Well, good morning again. It's my pleasure to offer testimony on the operation of the Kansas Payment Center. The Kansas Payment Center was established to receipt incoming child support obligations, post them to the correct court order, and disperse funds to the custodial party. You can hit next. During state fiscal year 2021, the KPC collected more than $383 million and dispersed more than $412 million. All incoming and outgoing funds are balanced to the penny each and every day. Also of note, the KPC is among best-in-class programs of this nature in the United States. There are less than 0.5 errors related to the accuracy of the payment for every 10,000 payments processed. 75% of incoming child support payments are remitted using electronic payment options. And that's the average over the last 6 months. The rate of electronic remittances in Kansas is among best in class again in the United States. Kansas is ranked as in the top 5 of states without supporting legislation requiring electronic payments. In 2000, as the child support program was established and as we know it today, a decision was made to design the cases system to administer and manage only the 4D caseload. In order to comply with the requirement of a central child support program, a system needed to be built to house both 4D and non-4D court orders. That system is the KPC system. Each day in the KPC system, all payments that come in are analyzed and parsed, and the 4D payments are sent to cases. The Office of Judicial Administration is responsible for administration and management of non-4D court orders, including debt establishment and arrearage balances. The bifurcated structure of the Kansas Child Support Program continues through today. The Kansas Payment Center activities are centered on court orders for 4D payments under the purview of the Department of Children and Families and court orders for non-4D payments initiated by court clerks or private parties. Cases is the system used by the Department of Children and Families to house information on all 4D cases. Functionally, Cases manages the 4D caseload, calculates payment distribution, establishes balances, and also arrearage calculations, and tracks debt. The KPC system, which is operated and maintained by the KPC contractor, in this case Young-Williams, is a central component of the child support program. All court orders, both 4D and non-4D, are housed in the KPC system, as is the preferred disbursement method for each payee, payment histories for each court order, and the KPC database services incoming queries from both the KPC public website as well as an IVR. Both cases and the KPC systems are really the building blocks on which all other functions for the KPC operation have been developed and how they operate. Oh, yeah, okay. The operating environment for the Kansas Payment Center relies on multiple interdependent systems. Each has a unique purpose, and they all interact each and every day to ensure that the incoming payments are processed accurately and distributed to the custodial parent or party in accordance with the operating rules for both 4D and non-4D payments. The stakeholders that are served by the KPC each day include the Department of Children and Families, the Office of Judicial Administration, court trustees, court clerks, private attorneys, employers, banks, non-custodial parents or parties, and other interested parties. The processing day for the KPC averages somewhere between 18 and 20 hours a day. And the reason for that is the information flows from system to system, and activities occur at each point along the way. The timeframes to complete all of the necessary functions for the various systems to update with the day's information have to be met without fail. Because of the critical nature of the Kansas Payment Center, the information technology environment is monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. While the KPC actually processes payments Monday through Friday, payers, including non-custodial parents and employers, can actually make payments 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if they choose, through a web payment portal called KPC Pay. Payment histories can be retrieved at any time by credentialed users through either the KPC public website or, again, by phone through the interactive voice response system. The goal of the KPC is to enable payers to remit child support obligations in the way that works best for them. There are multiple ways for payments to be made: through the mail, including checks and money orders. Employers and individuals can authorize payments to be directly debited from their bank account and remitted to the KPC. Employers and individuals can also initiate payments through the KPC web portal and authorize child support obligations, either, again, using an e-check or a direct debit from their bank account, or using a credit card. In early November, we'll be announcing the extension of KPC Pay to include the use of tablets and mobile devices so that payments can be initiated through that, whatever device the party happens to have or prefers to use. Of all of the electronic payments remitted, 34% come through the KPC web portal. E-checks represent about 88% of that volume, and the remaining 12% are credit cards. The use of KPC Pay as a tool has increased steadily, and we expect that trend to continue. Should a payer wish to or need to pay in cash, we offer Pay Near Me and MoneyGram as options where a child support payment can be made in cash, and that merchant converts the cash payment into an electronic payment and sends it to the KPC. Additionally, a payment can be made through PayPal. There are 6 websites that are part of the scope of the Kansas Payment Center. The public website provides general information about the child support program, including how to make a payment and also information about disbursement options. Additionally, with the appropriate authorization credentials, pay histories by court order can be accessed. As we've discussed, KPC Pay is a secure web portal, and the other websites are used by court clerks, except in Johnson County, to enter non-4D court orders and identify issues requiring research by the KPC staff. Johnson County administers their own system, and they actually send a file each day to the KPC with updates on their court orders. And then finally, there's a website that's used internally for administration to authorize user credentials and access. Custodial parents and parties have 3 disbursement alternatives: direct deposit to their bank account, deposit to a prepaid card called the KPC Now card, or a check mailed to their address of record. Custodial parents and parties make their selection, they complete the enrollment form, and then they receive their child's support payment through their disbursement method of choice. The KPC provides customer service to all program stakeholders through the call center at the KPC, which is designed to answer payment-related questions only. That call center operates Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and incoming calls are predominantly from non-custodial parents or employers regarding status of a payment, custodial parents or parties inquiring about disbursements, the disbursement method, or timing, and employers may also call with a request for assistance on how to submit an electronic payment or how to resolve an error they may have made in their payment to the KPC. Each year, the KPC provides the annual performance of the program in an infographic. That's what you're seeing now. And our mission really is to continue to improve operational excellence across all measures across the program. So I appreciate the opportunity to share information about the Kansas Payment Center with you, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Patricia. I just want to make sure I understand one of these slides.
Sure.
It's the, let's see if I can get to it. They're not numbered, so. It was the, why can't I find it? It was the time that you're operating. It's
Yeah.
like, here it is, okay. The operating environment.
Yeah.
They process 18 to 20 hours per day. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
I had something different in my head. Okay, so you're operating past the 8 to 5 and that kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for Patricia? Representative Delperding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of questions, if I
Sure.
could. On the first page or second paragraph of your testimony, you talked about the $383 million in distributions, and you collected more than $383 million. You distributed $412 million. Where'd the delta come from?
The delta is represented by offset payments. So the offset payments typically come from income tax refunds at the federal level, perhaps at the state level, lottery winnings, unemployment insurance, if that's so ordered. So that's the variance. So those payments themselves are collected by the agency, and that's part of the disbursement instruction that the KPC receives from cases each night. So they will not ever be in balance because of that.
Okay. And then just diving a little more, also note KPC is among the best-in-class programs in the United States.
Yep.
On and on. But then on a previous testimony, we looked at how since 2008, Kansas ranks 44th in the nation. To me, that just seems like a...
My comments specifically pertain to processing incoming payments, processing them with extraordinary accuracy, quite honestly, and also encouraging the rate of electronic remittances. So my frame is exactly in that scope.
Okay. So then on the second page, you talked about the KPC has enabled payers to remit child support obligations in the way that works best for them. You've gone through checks, money orders, pay portal, et cetera. To me, that's the low-hanging apples. What are we doing to hit the harder cases?
What I can't speak to you from an overall enforcement perspective because that's not my responsibility, but from a providing people every single possible means by which they can remit an obligation, that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do here.
Thank you.
Other questions? Anyone on WebEx?
Madam Chair,
Yes, please identify yourself.
thank you. This is Senator Molly Baumgardner.
Okay.
I appreciate the presentation we just received, Madam Chair. But just as a point of clarification, KPC is run by the state contracting with Young Williams. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so in your testimony, you can understand our frustration as legislators, having heard prior testimony about work not being done by Young Williams to make those connections with folks that are to be making payments. So our frustration, I think, because I believe in our agenda, it says that you are a vice president. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So when we have folks from Young Williams come testify, you are in a very high level leadership role with an organization that's in a very large contracted agreement with our state. So while you might be the right hand that's responsible for efficiently making those payment remittances, we're also concerned about what isn't happening with the left hand of your organization. Can you appreciate that?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
Can you please share that with others when you are in your leadership meetings, that what we're seeing, at least from our end of what we're hearing, more work needs to be done on that left-hand side. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will absolutely share the feedback of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Comments? I don't hear any. Thank you for
Thank you.
being here. We appreciate it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and break, and then let's just be back here 1 o'clock sharp. We will start. We're 30 minutes ahead on the agenda, so we want to make sure we stay on time. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Are they, oh, they're not here. No, I'm asking, what, I want them at the podium. Yes, okay. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. I think we have our electronics up. At this time, we're going to have an overview of customer service centers. Now, I have Greg Warmick, and I don't think you're Greg. So this, how do you say your last name again? Zietlow. Okay, we have Rachel Zietlow, the Vice President of Maximus, with us today. And do you have a PowerPoint we're trying to get up? Okay, all right.
Correct. This is what the testimony that we submitted looks like.
All right. Well, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. And then, okay, great. Thank you.
We'll let you begin when you are ready.
Okay. Chairperson McGinn, Vice Chair Humphreys, and members of this joint committee of the Kansas House and Senate. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present testimony to you today and share some insights and information about Maximus, how we are and will be partnering with the state to improve the lives of those impacted by child support. I am Rachel Zietlow. I am Lead Vice President for U.S. Services at Maximus. Joining me here actually in the audience behind me is Greg Warmick, who is a Vice President for Operations, and Christy Haynes, who is one of our on-site operational managers for Maximus. So I'm going to take this time this afternoon to share some highlights about Maximus, our partnership, our new partnership with DCF, and our approach to child support services here in Kansas. So Maximus is a company that was founded in 1975, and we are focused on working with government at all levels. With the exception of one area, we exclusively work with federal, state, and local governments all across the U.S. and across the globe. We're in 8 countries other than the United States in the areas of health, human services, and other government programs. While we are a global company, we understand the importance of hiring locally and creating a local program, and that's what we're doing here in Kansas. We tailor all of our programs to meet the unique needs of each jurisdiction, state, or any entity that we're working with. We are a large company, but we believe in investing. We invest in innovation, we invest in the development of our local staff, and then we take the best practices that we've learned from across the country and across the globe, and we can bring them to our clients and those that we're working with. So here in Kansas, we plan to have a team of over 150 people working on the ground supporting this project. Of note, those 150 are joining. We actually employ about 1,500 Kansans. The experience that we bring in terms of case management, and that's really the most important thing and most applicable to what we're talking about today. We are the longest serving provider of child support services in North America. We've provided full service case management across the country since 1991. Our approach is holistic and it's comprehensive in how we do our work. We know that what we're doing is not only about driving collections, it's about making connections. And those connections are in the communities in which we serve. They're with the parents of the children, employers, the courts, the state agency. Connections are key to our programs. As a company, we have current and past child support experience in every state. We've had over 140 contracts. We've done everything from enforcement and establishment to specialized programs in paternity establishment, new hire reporting, national medical support, fatherhood programs, and we also have consulted on over 300 child support projects for systems and other child support programming. So while Maximus is certainly not new to the child support market, this is a new scope of work for us here in Kansas. This is the first time that we have done enforcement and establishment in the state of Kansas. Our contract, as you heard earlier, was effective October 1st, and we now have the responsibility for enforcement and establishment of child support in the 4 judicial districts that were talked about earlier, the 3rd, the 10th, the 18th, and the 29th. in addition to those establishment and enforcement programs, we implemented a statewide IVRS, which is the arm, the conduit for calls that are coming into the state. From that point, we then send those calls to the appropriate jurisdiction. And then we also are excited to be working with DCF on launching a mobile app for the entire state. We'll be doing that in the new year, and that mobile app will be a way for parents to check the status of their case and get quick answers about where they're at in really improving, from our perspective, the customer experience. What we're doing in Kansas is really something we view as a partnership. It is extremely important for us to be working collaboratively with the agency and in the communities that we work. Our goal is to make a positive impact where we are working, positive impact on children, on families, and in the community. And then together, we will be partnering to achieve those federal goals that were talked about earlier this morning. As we begin our work on new contracts in any state, and specifically here in Kansas, what we'll be doing is establishing a strong communication process with the state agency, in this case, DCF. We're focused on hiring strong staff, including incumbent staff, and then implementing training and development programs, managerial processes that drive performance. We will be working to understand the current metrics and the areas of opportunity for us as we get to know the program even more. And most importantly, we'll be getting to know those communities in which we're working so that we can make the best connection possible. A few elements about our program is that really our overarching goal is to support the achievement of the goals and objectives that were laid out for us. We will do this through the timely, correct, and accurate casework. We know that is the heart and the key to services that we're providing. We promote innovation, as I said before, and enhancements to the program using increased customer communications, text messaging. We'll have a mobile application that I mentioned earlier, and then also leveraging some lessons learned that we've learned from jurisdictions and programs across the country. We'll be offering early intervention services, employment services for non-custodial and custodial parents, as well as providing connections to community resources. Our supports encourage connections between the non-custodial parent and their children, as our experience has shown that strong connections increase collections. Finally, at the core of all that we do, we are committed to delivering a positive customer experience to all stakeholders. We provide a tailored, personalized approach to customer service in every interaction, and that's our goal. And we strive to make sure that all the stakeholders, parents, employers, community partners are engaged and that they understand their role in making child support successful in Kansas. Again, we are excited to partner with DCF in this new scope of work. We are committed to an open, a communicative process, keeping the customer experience at the forefront of everything that we're doing. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony. I'm just kind of curious, where's your headquarters at? I was looking for that.
Our headquarters is in Reston, Virginia.
Okay. And you just came on contractually here just this last...
19 days ago.
19 days ago. Okay. Well, welcome. And when you... do you have outcomes as to, or performance measures that DCF gave you as far as when the phone call is made, how quickly you respond and, you know, how quickly someone would move through the system?
We do have a large number of SLAs, service level agreements, that we have with the state of Kansas that are a part of our contracts, things that we would adhere to in terms of expectations for customers and those sort of things. There are numerous things both with our contract and just with regulations in general.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick question. Is it a year-to-year contract, or how long is your term?
A 3-year base with 4 optional
terms.
Gotcha. So then with you guys just starting 19 days ago, so currently you have 150 total employed in Kansas with the goal of 1,500 in the end?
I'm sorry, no, we are, this program, this child support program will have 150 people supporting those 4 counties.
Gotcha.
We employ 1,500 Kansans in other projects.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Representative Delperdang.
Thank you. Just a brief question, but is Maximus a wholly owned company, or are they part of another corporate organization?
Maximus is a wholly owned company.
Okay, so it is private or public, or?
It's a public company.
Thank you.
Other questions? Anyone on WebEx?
Chair,
Yes, please proceed.
this is Representative Susan Humphreys. Can you tell us what Maximus was doing before 19 days ago in Kansas and what changed? And then also, what did you take over 19 days ago that another contractor isn't doing anymore?
Prior to this contract, Maximus did have the call center function, the exclusive call center piece. So that contract ended on September 30th. On October 1st, we took over jurisdiction for the 4 regions that I had mentioned previously, the 3rd, the 10th, the 18th, and the 29th, and those had been managed by other vendors other than Maximus.
Representative Humphreys, did you have any follow-up?
Just to, thank you, Madam Chair, a quick clarification. Do you have data on your statistics when you did manage the call center and how that was going and what your performance levels were?
I can get you the performance levels and what those were on the call center. That was not a contract that I personally managed, and I'd be happy to get that information for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? So, can't see your hand all the time. So how long did we know we were going to end the call center? When were you notified that we were going to end the call center?
Unfortunately, I don't know
You
the
don't know
exact
that side of that?
notification. I don't. I can find that out, but I'm not sure when we were explicitly notified of that. I would assume that as a part of when the RFP process came out, we saw that the new RFP was for a different model, which did not include the call center. So that may be at that point, but we can get the exact date that we received official notification of the termination of the call center contract.
I'm just trying to figure out what is it that we decided to end the call center and then hire you to do the enforcement side.
The call center scopes are included in the enforcement piece. So I have a call center component for the 4 judicial districts that Maximus manages. We manage our own, all of the, our calls. So, so that's included now in what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. All right, other questions? I
Madam
don't see
Chair.
any- Yes. Yes,
Thank
please.
you. This is Senator Baumgardner. Could you please share with us, give us some feedback? I'm assuming you did hear the testimony before the break for lunch. So give us some feedback since Maximus is the service area of Topeka is in Shawnee County. So how will Maximus be addressing what really has been a very failed process? Even, part of what was shared in the testimony is the repeated calls to the call center. So how will the outcome be different with Maximus in this new role?
In our role and in cases like this, certainly, I want to acknowledge that it's an unfortunate situation, and I'm really sorry to hear that. I know that Maximus is committed to, to putting the customer experience first, to ensuring customer satisfaction, and that we're working with individuals to see a case to where it needs to be.
And in this situation, I certainly will be working with our team to make sure that everything is addressed timely, appropriately, that we're following up and doing our best to that end.
If I might, Madam Chair, as a follow-up, so has anyone from Maximus, have you contacted the individual that provided testimony to us? Because that is an ongoing, it's more than unfortunate. It's tragic. We're talking about since 2005, no resolution to this, and we're in 2021 right now. So has anyone yet from Maximus, have you reached out to this individual that testified before us?
I have not reached out to the individual as testified before us. We certainly will, we have the information, and as I indicated, it's something that we will prioritize.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. At this time, so Greg is, you were both, you.
Greg is,
okay.
yeah, he's
Okay.
here, but he's not
Okay,
testifying.
thank you. Kelly Lamson, Project Operations, Young Williams. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you have a PowerPoint or just?
I have just a handout.
Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of this committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on the topic of child support services today and our partnership with Kansas. My name is Kelly Lamson, and I oversee project operations for Young Williams offices in Kansas. Young Williams is a law firm specializing primarily in providing child support services. We currently provide child support case management in 8 states, and we manage 59 offices. We are committed to mastering every aspect of child support and providing excellent customer service, significantly improving performance, providing a family-centered approach to services, and establishing positive, lasting relationships with both our government partners and the families that we all serve. We recognize the importance of knowledge as it relates to the competencies necessary to run a successful child support program. Training is the most integral part of our organization. Our employees are our most important asset. As such, we invest in them, and we provide them with the knowledge they need to be successful in their jobs, to deliver high professional customer service, and to perform well in their roles as child support professionals. In 2013, the state of Kansas awarded Young Williams a full-service contract for 23 judicial districts. It was approximately 84,000 cases. During this contract period, total collections for the Young Williams judicial districts increased by 21.5%. Current support collections increased by 4%, and collections on arrears increased by 7%. The number of support orders entered for Kansas children during this time in our judicial districts increased by 7.8%. We're proud of our partnership with Kansas, and we are dedicated to building upon our experience and improving performance and customer service for the children and families in Kansas. Beginning October 1st of this year, we launched a customer service center in our Topeka office to assist our families with current child support case questions. This is a brand new model for Kansas in that we now receive the calls from families in our own caseload. Previously, calls were routed to one statewide call center. This is the first time that Young Williams has been involved in managing the call center aspect of child support for Kansas. Customer service is absolutely our highest priority. We are dedicated to making a difference in the lives of those we serve. This is a program that touches the lives of many people in areas that absolutely matter the most to them: family, children, and finances. We often come into our customers' lives in times of confusion and conflict. It's imperative that we provide services that are comprehensive, absolutely focused on our customers, and easy to understand. We believe that providing excellent customer service and an outstanding child support program results in stronger families and stronger communities. This is why we do what we do. We know that in order to provide an outstanding program, we have to work collaboratively with partnering agencies to ensure that we meet the goals of this program. We need to exceed the objectives of the communities we serve and provide our customers with exemplary service with every single interaction. We are staffing our call center with experienced, knowledgeable caseworkers in order to meet the needs of our families in an efficient and professional manner. By supporting our staff with ongoing training and monitoring program performance, we ensure quality child support service delivery and ultimately the best outcome for our families. We began our new contract with Kansas to provide child support service in 27 judicial districts just a few weeks ago on October 1st of this year. We have centralized our child support casework in Topeka and Olathe with our specialized teams of child support caseworkers assigned to do intake, establishment of child and medical support orders, enforcement of support, modification actions, location, and intergovernmental cases. Our customer service call center will also be located in Topeka. We have 7 legal customer service offices located in Independence, Columbus, Salina, El Dorado, Junction City, Great Bend, and Dodge City. Those offices will be staffed with 44 legal team members, 22 attorneys, and 22 legal caseworkers, in addition to management and QA. We are committed to further improving the services we deliver to Kansas and plan to deliver excellence through higher accuracy, more timely case management, more meaningful interaction with our customers in the form of outreach, interviews, and assessing barriers to payments. We want to use technology that will support our staff, help us spend less time on paperwork, and ultimately more time serving our families. Thank you so much for the opportunity to appear before you today. I will now stand for questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Questions for Kelly? Yes. Representative Shannon, Francis. Francis
Thank you,
Shannon.
Madam Chair.
Those first names twice, so.
It's hard, I know. I'm from way out west, so I'm number 125 out of 125, so I'm the runt. Thanks for your testimony today. So did your agency, or did your company have the contract for Shawnee County prior to this?
Yes, we did.
And are you familiar with the testimony that we had earlier about the problems that our constituent had?
Yes, I was here for that testimony.
And so what kind of things do we have in our system that are leading to these problems? Are they endemic to your company? Are they statutory issues? How do we give our constituents good service? You know, for some reason, the problems happened under your company's watch. How do we make sure they don't happen throughout the rest of the state? And what's causing these issues?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think that certainly that testimony is heartbreaking. As a child support professional for 20 years, that's certainly not something that I ever want to hear. I have, well over 150 child support professionals in Kansas that have dedicated their careers to this. I think the biggest challenge for a situation like that is the fact that we're dealing with a 2-state case, that we're in cases involving UIFSA actions and the Uniform Interstate Family Support Act, particularly in situations where the non-custodial parent is adamant about not paying, and in cases where there is self-employment involved. It's very challenging. Our legal remedies, our toolboxes are limited in cases of self-employment, where, as I think you heard from other testimony this morning, oftentimes income withholding is our greatest tool. Self-employed individuals that don't cooperate with income withholding present unique challenges, particularly when that non-custodial parent may be in another state. We have to rely on that other state to file a contempt action because we need personal jurisdiction. So we need the cooperation of another state that is really beyond our control, and it can be very frustrating, not only for parents, but also for our caseworkers in dealing with many state programs that unfortunately are not all consistent in their policy and procedures. So it can be a very difficult situation to navigate for parents and for child support workers who are trying to get collections.
How do you address may I ask another question, Madam Chair? How do you address the communication difficulties that seem to happen between the different state jurisdictions and your company? You know, it seemed like, at least from the testimony, that we'd go in, basically the case would get dropped off in a file someplace. She'd have to go back and follow up, resubmit. How do we address those things, and what's your company doing to address issues like that?
Well, communication is the most important to us, as is customer service. I think between states, we have tools, we have electronic communication, but we are dealing with caseworkers and lawyers in other states that have different protocols in order to move forward with their actions. So one of our biggest challenges is location. When location is not an issue, it becomes the attorney or the staff in other states and the process that they have to follow to move forward with the contempt. Whereas Kansas may have a specific protocol for when we would file a contempt of court action, that's not always the same protocol in Missouri or Oklahoma or Nebraska. So those changes can be challenging. But to address your concern on communication, we need to do better. Communication is the most important aspect of child support delivery, and it's our top priority as far as communication with our families, communication with state partners, and communication with the other states we work for to enforce actions.
Go ahead.
And I totally get the thing. I like to blame Missouri for everything I can. But it also seemed like there was some problems between the IV,
4D.
the non-4D and the 4D and the district court. It seemed like there was a lot of communication issues between those different branches that are internal to Kansas. And maybe it would be good for us to visit with her to see what we can do internally to make sure that these things don't get dropped.
And I'm happy to do that. I just can't comment specifically on any case due to confidentiality.
So I keep wanting to call it IV also, the non-IV, D. So I want to go back to, I heard both you and the other vendor, Maximus, talk about communication is the key. So, and I look in this testimony too, as far as the records indicated they hadn't received the documentation, and what is it about? I don't understand when you bring your paperwork in and submit it and you have everything you need, how come there can't be a status update? And to be fair, I should have asked this of Maximus as well, so just always be prepared that you might get to come back up. But if you want to know the status that my information was received, I don't know. To me, I love email. I'm old-fashioned, and it's so simple. And just letting people know what the status of their case is at. And this individual, I just didn't hear from people. Tried calling. Nobody would call her back. You know, so that is not communication to me. That is somewhere the paperwork is lost or sitting on somebody's desk and nobody is paying attention to it as a high priority. And that makes me wonder, do you have high priority cases versus other cases? Your situation where you talked about, and I like to pick on Missouri as well, you talked about Missouri, that's just one state, of course, and we don't have the same system that they have. But yeah, you could at least say it has been submitted to Missouri, and we will let you know when action has been taken or moves forward, to let somebody know that at least somebody's looking at it. Only instead, it's like somebody has to come back 5 months from now, and it's like they're starting all over again. So again, to be fair, Maximus, I think, needs to answer that question as well. But so I'd just like to hear your response. You're the one that's been here longer in this particular setting.
And I agree with you. It's not our Our expectation of our staff is that they do provide our parents with regular updates. That is our expectation. That's the training we provide. That's our protocol. That's our emphasis. So it's not acceptable for parents not to get an update. That's, as I mentioned, communicating with parents, even if it's delivering bad news, we have to be communicating with our parents. As far as higher priority cases, our UIFSA cases are just as high priority as any other case. We do have UIFSA, or I should say intergovernmental caseworkers that have additional training and are specialized to work on interstate casework. They receive just as a high priority as any other case. There is no deprioritization of an intergovernmental case just because it's challenging. In fact, we do provide those caseworkers with additional training to navigate those challenges with other states.
I'm going to let you answer here in just a second. Other questions for Kelly? Yes, Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question for you. I was looking at your 7 legal customer service locations, and there's only 2 in western Kansas, which I would consider Great Bend, not western Kansas, but here anything west of Topeka is western Kansas. You look at it, you have Dodge City, you have Great Bend. If somebody lived in Colby, it's 2.5 hours, 3 hours to Great Bend, 2.5, 3 hours to Dodge City. Is there any discussion to adding a location in the northwestern portion of the state?
So the locations are set by the RFP. We are opening new offices I have to remember this, we are opening new offices in Hayes, in Emporia, and Pittsburgh. As far as the communities where we don't have an office, what we do have planned to do is to have in-person community meetings once a month. So we will be in any community where there is a DCF office at least once a month. We are meeting at courthouses and libraries for parents that would like to meet in person, and then we will have a Zoom option if they're more comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I feel, and this is an issue every committee I'm on, I just feel like western Kansas is forgotten about. So I just wanted to get that plug in. Thank you.
Thank you.
When someone calls in, do they always get someone on the other end, or is it, we're unable to take your call right now and we'll call you back?
No, they should receive a child support caseworker that answers that phone call. And then we do have an after-hours voicemail option. And then they can also be transferred immediately to an attorney, or if they have a complicated, for example, finance question, they can be transferred immediately to our finance case specialist so that we can resolve as much as possible with that first phone call.
Other questions for Ms. Lamson? Anyone on the web? X.
Susan, this is
yes.
Susan Humphreys.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. So in 2013, you had 23 judicial districts. And as of October 1st of this year, you now have 27. And I know that the 4 largest judicial districts probably you don't have. I don't know if you had them in the 23, but I'm curious, how many cases do you have now? You had 84,000 when you had 23 districts. Do you know how many cases those 27 districts are?
Yes, we currently have 68,000 roughly open cases.
So it went down a little bit. And how many employees in the state?
We have 160 employees for this new contract beginning October 1st.
Madam Chair, if I may ask a couple more questions.
Continue.
Thank you. Your new contract, I'm not sure that this is public, but I'm going to ask this. Is that contract based on collections? I mean, is there any sort of scale of what you get paid? Is it a flat fee, or is it based on your collections?
The contract is not a percentage-based collections contract.
It's just a flat fee for 3 years?
Yes.
That you, okay. Thank you. And are there any repercussions if your performance goes down, or, is there any anything built into the contract that has to do with that?
Yes, there are multiple performance standards and expectations outlined in the contract, and there are penalties, corrective action plan that is built into the contract for failing to meet those service level delivery and outcomes.
And my last question has to do with the case that we heard the testimony this morning. You know, there's a federal office of child support and enforcement. It's a federal office that's meant to help these interstate situations. Are your caseworkers trained to use that federal office that could be helpful? I mean, I'm just still trying to understand. I know what you said, private, you know, or self-employed across state lines, but there are ways to remedy that. And I'm curious if you use that resource you have with that federal office.
Our caseworkers do not regularly contact the federal office, but we do partner with the agency, Department of Children and Families, to coordinate that piece of communication. If there are complaints or cases that need to be escalated or elevated to OCSE, we would first work with the agency before we would take that step.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that step didn't happen with the case that we heard earlier today, but thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to follow up on that. What stops you from contacting the OS? I don't have their whole acronym here.
OCSE?
Yeah. Why wouldn't, if it's an out-of-state case, you be communicating with them?
I think it would be probably appropriate, and certainly this is something that we can discuss and change, but to coordinate with Department of Children and Family Services before we would elevate to OCSE. I think that the agency has a level of context that we may not in the local offices. So I would be hesitant to have multiple caseworkers making those phone calls. I don't know that they would have the same results or be able to talk to the same people that perhaps DCF would.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
I do, Carolyn.
Yes.
Elaine.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. Hi, Kelly. A couple questions. Of course, you know, legislators, we work with constituents and we call it constituent service. What happens if a senator or representative calls into your office on behalf of a constituent who's called us with a problem? Do we then go into your special trained intergovernment folks, or what do you do with us? Because that is what we're here for, is to help these people. And if we don't get results, then your people don't get results. What happens when we call you?
Those phone calls and cases should be escalated to our senior management team at the local office, our supervisor in charge of the caseworker in the case, and our project director and myself. So we have an escalation protocol in place. We would also certainly involve the agency and make sure that there is a comprehensive overview of the steps taken in that case and that the issues are addressed immediately.
And one more question. I know you say you don't prioritize it, everyone's important, but do you ever review your cases by the longest ones hanging out there that aren't resolved, and to look at them special to see what the holdup is? In the case of Comfrey earlier today, should have been flagged in some way that was a very old case and still alive. Does your company look at those to see what the problem is as well, rather than everyone's equal and in the queue?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. We absolutely look at cases that are delayed, cases that seem to be not moving forward. We track every case in a software system that helps the caseworker manage their casework on a daily basis so that they are meeting timeframes. Even if they are not achieving the outcomes they hope for, that at least that case is coming up for review in a timely manner, and that we have full visibility and transparency into our caseload. So we are tracking that for our caseload. In addition, and particularly with the new contract, we have a new quality assurance team That team is comprised of 6 child support caseworkers that will be fully engaged full-time in reviewing our casework, especially timeframes, quality, and accuracy for case management.
I'm sure it wouldn't surprise you that, legislators over the past 2 years have been contacted many, many times over unemployment. So the calls that we get are often very frustrating to us that we aren't able to help. So when we're relying on you all to do your job, it's very important that our constituent gets some resolution somehow. Other than you will have us continue to call you. And then also to look at maybe there's some way the legislators can work with you if we see that there's a holdup, memorandum of understanding in other states or across state lines like we do in some pacts that we have, anything that we can do in the case from earlier as well too. Do you have offices in Missouri by chance?
In 2006, we operated a call center office in Missouri, and then in 2018, we had a short-term project with Missouri, but we do not have any full-service offices in Missouri.
All right. Well, thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Anyone on WebEx?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kelly, for being with us today. I'm going to start with what you had just shared based on the questions from Senator Bowers about, yes, when you're contacted by legislators and so forth, it moves up to the senior management team. And so share with us what happened with the testimony that we received. You were named by name in the testimony from Mrs. Wisman that you were contacted. You personally were contacted in your role as a regional vice president, and that after that initial contact, you never heard anything back. And yet we keep hearing repeatedly from both contractors that communication is the most important thing. So how is it that I would consider as a vice president, you were senior management. How is it that there was no communication that occurred from Young Williams after that phone call in February?
So again, I really am going to refrain from commenting on any specific case due to confidentiality, but I will tell you my process. If I am contacted by a parent, a non-custodial parent, any partnering agency, any type of contact that comes to me as a concern with any of our offices or our team members, our staff, our attorneys, my process is to escalate that within the hour. And what that means for me is I review the case, I meet with the caseworker, I engage the local supervisor and the local project manager to take ownership and responsibility for that case. So although I can't speak to this particular case, because of confidentiality, that would be my process.
Well, if I might, Madam Chair, the confidentiality protects you. Right now, your claims of confidentiality protect you and your organization, but the confidentiality was already released in that prior testimony. So it's been more than 2 hours since that testimony. Have you gone and contacted anyone with your agency with regard to, you already shared with us that you track every case. So have you gone and contacted anyone to track this particular case? Have you communicated with that individual that provided testimony to us? What is right here and now Young Williams doing to back up their words of communication is the most important, we're dedicated to making a difference?
I have not had any communication with Ms. Wisman today.
So has anyone from Young Williams had any communication? In 2 hours' time, testimony before a joint House and Senate committee, no one has communicated with her about her testimony?
I'm sorry, Representative, I've been here. the other piece that is a bit complicated is although that case was assigned to Young Williams in the past, that case is assigned to Maximus as of October. I'm not trying to make excuses by any means. It's just that we'll need to navigate that together.
I think we need to just stay on where the problems are and try to identify those. So, because we have another day after this, and it's not tomorrow, everybody. We have some time to bring the agency back up here as well. And that would be, and Senator Baumgartner, did you have more questions?
Well, my only follow-up, and I appreciate what you're saying, Madam Chair, but the bottom line is words ring hollow when there is not action to back them up. So I am a little interested. You did mention that you might discuss possibly changing a process with DCF for those situations that are intrastate. So are we to understand that that discussion has not occurred prior?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
For Ms. Lamson? Not sure of the question. Okay.
It is, because the question was asked, I believe it was asked by Representative Humphreys, with regard to when we have multi-states involvement, why aren't we contacting the federal office? And Ms. Lamson indicated that that would be an issue that could be discussed and possibly changed with DCF. So we're to understand that that discussion has not already occurred at any prior time about addressing intrastate issues.
I have not had any discussion about changing the protocol for contacting OCSE. I have not had that discussion to date.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and then this will probably be a question later for of the agency, is back to, you talked a little bit about, we try to look at those who have not been contacted for a long time. It's kind of like who watches the contractors to make sure they're doing that. So I think we'll probably have that discussion a little bit more. Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Lamson? All right, I'm going to, yes, Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and not to keep pounding this, but you said earlier that you were having troubles getting a hold of Missouri, and is that the contractor in Missouri? Is that the State Department in Missouri?
So I wasn't speaking. I want to make clear that I'm not talking about any particular case.
Sure.
More a two-state UIFSA action case that can be a challenge and that can be a barrier when you're dealing with another state's program. And I'm sorry, could you repeat the second part of your question?
I was just trying to pin who you're having a hard time getting a hold of in another state.
So the challenges can be, when we ask another state to register a support order, and then they register a support order for enforcement or modification. After that step, then we are asking them to take enforcement actions, take an enforcement remedy, whether that be income withholding, contempt, license suspension, modification, whatever that legal remedy is. We're asking another state to move forward with those actions while complying with their own process and procedure. So the challenge for us sometimes in Kansas is there are different protocols with other states where in a case we may file a contempt action based on what we identify as the barriers in that case. Another state might analyze that quite differently and be unwilling to move forward with contempt. They may be willing to move forward with a bank garnishment or a license suspension. So each state agency, child support department is different, and that can be challenging at times.
I only ask because I come from the KC area, so we deal a lot with the regional. And if you were having specific problems, I would think this would be worthy of a call to the Missouri Child Advocate to help navigate. Or I personally know quite a few legislators on the other side of the state line in Missouri, and I'd be happy to make connections wherever I can to move things along. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, thank you. We're going to bring up Maximus just to have.
Thank you very much.
Unless you had anything else. Do you have anything? Okay.
No, thank you.
All right, well, hang around. We may have something
to
more
stay
for
here,
you.
or-
Yeah. Huh? You can have a chair. You can rest. So I think some of our conversation had to do with the communication factor. And what do you do to, I mean, somebody's come in and given them all their paperwork, signed, sealed, everything ready to go, and then they don't hear from anybody for 4 months. Do you have a system in place where you let people know exactly where the status of their case is at all times?
Yes, and I'd really echo what Kelly had to say about training processes and procedures and our expectations of our team and our caseworkers to be on top of communication and communicating with the parties involved. So I don't have a tremendous amount to add other than there is an additional piece that will benefit the entire state, beginning this new year, that mobile application that we mentioned. I think that's a great tool for us to be using in Kansas. It will be a snapshot of where your case is at and perhaps where your payment is at. And individuals, they'll be self-guided. They'll be able to go to the mobile app and check the status of that. I think that's another tool that we can bring to Kansas in this new year. And that will certainly help from a client's perspective, from a customer's perspective, to have that at their fingertips.
All right. Other questions for Rachel that we may have asked Kelly? So the call center, I want to go back and, because you're not the call center now, you're something else. So somebody comes in, do they get, let's just walk through this. They go to DCF first? Or they go to the call center?
Depending on
where does the paperwork start?
So individuals may call, they may come and walk into an office, they may get the paperwork from somewhere else, and then from that point it becomes, if they call into the call center, they're routed through a series of questions, automated questions about where they live. And so based upon some of that automation on the backside, geocoding and case files that interact with our IVRS, we know that this person's case belongs to Maximus or it belongs to Young Williams. And from that point, it is routed to the correct office. And then that's where an individual will connect with their case manager.
So that's where I'm struggling here, is the fact that the individual that testified, Ms. Wisman, talked about how she took off work, went to the office, gave them all the information they needed, helped them with numbers, called this person, there's a utility bill here, and nothing happened. So.
I understand.
All right. All right, any other questions for Rachel? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you. Next, we have the overview of the evaluation of the managerial accountability and consonance of the Kansas 4D program. And we have Matthew Shepard, the CEO, President, Midwest Evaluation and Research. We're on WebEx. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some testimony today. I'll try and share my screen here, so let's see how that goes. So before we get started, I'll just say quickly that I've only heard a portion of the previous testimony today, and so I can tell already from just hearing a small piece of it that some of the things that we're going to talk about have already changed. This report was a piece of work that we did in 2019 that covered data from 2010 to 2018. This is a presentation we actually made for a committee last year. And so what I'm going to do is go through this presentation and do some broad strokes in terms of the general findings that we've had, that we discovered. And then I'll highlight some of the specific recommendations I'd like to get into the testimony from that report. I'm joined today by two colleagues. One is Henry Mirth, who works as a consultant with Midwest Evaluation Research and has probably spent more time with this actual data than anybody else, the nitty gritty of it. And then also joined with Nancy Tama, who was our expert consultant for this project and was a Chief of Bureau of Collections for the Iowa State Department of Human Services and Regional Administrator for Region 7 in Kansas City for the U.S. Department of Health and Services Administration for Children and Families, and probably knows more about the child support system than most of us will ever know. And so they'll be able to join in and provide specific answers as we kind of move along. So that's my team that we talking today. So when we did this evaluation, we had a number of specific requests to respond to. The scope of our evaluation was dictated in terms of looking at exactly the impact of privatization on the 4D program, its performance in terms of availability, accessibility, customer service, and in particular, the impact of privatization on the federal performance measures of the 4D program. So we looked at all of that, yeah, you should have with you both this PowerPoint and a report that were submitted for the testimony, and I'm going to refer to both of those things. So for this evaluation, we looked at the historical data that we could get from the Office of Child Support Enforcement from 2010 to 2018. We did our own data collection, both through a survey with payees and payors here in Kansas. And
Excuse me, Matt, sorry to cut you off. I think that the slides that you have and the slides that we have in the room are different. So if you could send those slides when you get a chance, we'll follow along on WebEx, but so that we can have them publicly available after the meeting. If you could send me those, that would be helpful.
I will do that. I apologize if I've somehow sent a different copy of the slides. So I'll do that. In addition to talking to payees and payors, we did a series of site visits across the state with all of the vendors at that time to really understand how the child support system in Kansas was working, what was working well, what wasn't working. We also did a survey with all of the administration and the vendor staff that we could get to respond to it. And then we looked at some of the state's own data that they collected from the vendors in terms of their performance measurement. So we took everything that was available to us. And so when it came to performance measures, and that really is kind of the key set of federal standards that is looked at in terms of how the state is doing, it was kind of a mixed bag. There were some areas where Kansas improved. In particular, issues around cost effectiveness improved, which is one of the major reasons that was given for privatization in the first place. There were a number of areas where those performance measures actually got worse. And then in general, there were some areas where Kansas stayed relatively flat or the same. But when you compared that to national or comparison states, we actually got worse over time. And so I'll give you some examples of those things, and the details of all of this is, again, in that report that was also submitted. And so this is a chart that shows cost effectiveness, and that really is the dollars spent, the dollars collected divided by the dollars spent. And so you can see there was a big jump in cost effectiveness from 2013 to 2014 during privatization. And we ended up right now in 2018, we were about 21 out of the 50 some odd states. I think it's 52 states and regions that provide this kind of data. So there were some areas of improvement. There were also some areas that got worse. And so this is one of those things. This is the percentage of cases that have an arrears that are paying that arrears. So that took a big dive in 2013, and with 2015 it kind of flattened out. And when you look at all of the performance measures, you'll notice, and this is probably one of the major reasons we're having this committee right now, is that Kansas was, at the tail end. I would say they're in the bottom 10 states nationally on most of the performance measures. And then we had some a lot of indicators that kind of look like this. And this is the average collections distributed. So it's what's the average amount of money that was paid out to families in Kansas. As you can see from that, the number is almost unchanged from 2010 to 2018. It's almost the exact same dollar amount. And while Kansas has changed, what has happened is we have dropped precipitously in the rankings. At that time, we were ranked 49th out of 52, I think, locations. And so we were at the very tail end of that. We hadn't changed, but everybody else had gotten better. And so, just to use a rough analogy, you can almost think of the Kansas child support system, the 4D system, as a car headed down the highway, right? And in lots of ways, that car hasn't changed in the last 20 years. But all the other cars on the freeway have. And so it's gotten older, it's gotten beat up, and you do some repairs. But the question, I think, before you is, what kind of repairs do you want to do, and if you want to trade in on a newer model in some cases. So, let's see. So, and I don't know the exact status of this, so I'm going to just say this with a bit of hesitancy, but one of the major findings that came out of our evaluation from almost everybody we talked to associated with the state and the vendors is issues with the cases system. The cases system, is at least 20 years old. It's not, or I forget exactly how old it is. It's two levels of technology older at the time in 2019. And it was the most commonly cited problem with the system. And it caused all kinds of ripple effects across the system because the system was incredibly hard to learn. And if you have high turnover of staff, that causes lots of problems. Doesn't work well with other state systems. Required a lot of manual duplicative services, extra work to get things done. And so that was a huge issue that was mentioned time and time again. And then the contracts themselves. If you have a chance to look at the report, in particular, I'll go over a couple of pages of our key findings. Again, this is a little dated here, but we knew at the time when we did this that contracts would be renewed shortly, and it sounds like that's just happened a few weeks ago. Our recommendation, our number one recommendation, was something just like this committee today, is that before we get into another set of long-term contracts, that you sit down with experts, you sit down with your staff, you sit down with advice from the contractors and experts around the country, and you really figure out what it is you want to do moving forward before you establish the contracts, because there's lots of ways that the system can and should be improved. Again, cases really needs to be addressed. It has already, and I actually don't know what's happened in the last 18 months. And then we had a number of recommendations, and I'll go through these quickly, and then I'll refer back to our longer actual report. But as I said, the Kansas 4D system, I think, suffered from a lot of neglect of attention. Just kind of worked running down the highway in that 1996 Chevy Cavalier, and no one paid attention to it. And there were lots of things that could have been done, should have been done, and should be done that never were really done because it just hadn't had that attention. And so some of the kind of off-the-shelf, easy ways that modernize the 4D program without making any substantive changes. And really, there's I think 2 or 3 kinds of changes for you to consider as you're going to go through this process. One is, what are the obvious things that you can do, no matter your model, no matter who the vendors are, to improve the system, modernize the system? And the bigger set of questions I think that you'll eventually have to wrestle with, or somebody will, is, do you want to make any kind of fundamental changes to the system itself? And are fundamental changes to the system actually necessary to improve the overall functioning of the system? These are kind of that easy to do regardless of your model level of changes. And so they have to do with things like training. They have to do with the ability to automate simple tasks. They have to do with increasing awareness of the legislature and with users of the system. They have to do with simple rule changes like moving away from starting an order with a large lump sum of arrearages, particularly when you know it's not collectible. It has to do with updating the rules when you have the opportunity. There's going to be a big opportunity in 2024 to update these guidelines, so being prepared to do that. And then to really, because I thought, as you've already heard today, that employers are the primary successful way to collect, making employers partners rather than customers of child support. And that's kind of detailed out in the actual report itself. So if you happen to have a copy of our report, or at least part of it, the main recommendations in that starting on page 17, I just want to quickly highlight a few of these recommendations in two different directions. One is we had kind of the top three set of recommendations that we thought were most important. One of those is what you're doing right now. That's kind of maximizing the potential of the private contracts and make them most effective. We felt that, number one, the incentives, the way that they were arranged, weren't terribly conducive to improving performance over time. And so I don't know what the current set of incentives are. But there was kind of a benchmark last time is don't go below this. And so as long as they didn't go below that in 10 years, you know, they kind of met their threshold. But the reality is, nationally, everything was improving. So they were holding steady at that benchmark, but not some opportunity to improve. The other thing that we kind of mentioned was there was issues with communication with the vendors and with the staff at DCF. There were some feelings that, you know, because of the way that the program had been set up and the first few administrators of the program, at least, that the vendors pretty much did whatever they wanted to do and the state couldn't do much about it. And I think that has changed in the past few years, and hopefully we're a brand new set of contracts, and so that's a different thing. Again, cases, I didn't want to spend much time on cases, but something had to be done with cases. It was a major problem. And then there's the modernization things that we just talked about. So I'll just quickly move through these additional recommendations here, because I want to get some of these on record because I think they are actually pretty important. We had three kind of tiers of recommendations. Tier one were things that we felt were relatively easy to do, at least hard to do. Not necessarily having the biggest impact, but like kind of the low-hanging fruit. And they include just improving information sharing with partners in the public. And already I just heard about an app, and I think that's a good direction ahead in improving that kind of access to information. We have some specific information in there with some specific suggestions about how to do that. Again, there was a real desire to have improved communication across vendors and with the state. Regular reviewing and updating the child support system and the rules and guidelines that come down. I won't get into those, but there's a lot of good information about that in there, a lot of specific recommendations about those kinds of things. I wanted to spend a little bit more time on kind of our tier 2 recommendations, because I think these are the things that might be doable with a little bit of work, a little bit harder to accomplish, but probably going to have some of the bigger impacts. Number one is, again, this whole cases issue. And again, not knowing exactly what's happened in the last 18 months, I don't want to spend too much time on it, other than to say there are probably a lot of alternative ways to do that. Some can be very expensive. There might be some alternatives if cost is an issue about migrating the system onto a new platform and then adapting it over time. So that's one idea. Another thing to kind of remember, or I guess to tell you about, is that there was a big loss in knowledge during privatization, 2013, 2014. A large number of the individuals who worked for the state in that system did not, could not, would not move to private vendors to continue their career because of issues with salary, because of other issues related. And so there was a large drain on the experience in that system. I think that's going to be incredibly important as we move forward to build, particularly in DCF, really strong, knowledgeable leadership that can take you forward for the next 30 years or so in this project, because a lot of the people who have been around since before privatization, are reaching retirement age. So there's a need there. One of the things that I don't think has come out so far that it's really important, and this is, again, sort of tied to cases, is that because of the way that the system is built, it's almost impossible It's very, very difficult to get any information out of cases. It's not like a relational database that you can go to the web right now and use, something on Oracle or QuickBase or any of these other kinds of things where you can query it, right? It's written in kind of an archaic form of COBOL, I think, and there's probably only 24 people in the United States who are expert on that system, that language anymore. And so a lot of the things that we wanted to do for evaluation, like really dig into the arrears and understand why is it people are not paying their arrears and how is that related to different factors. We couldn't do those kinds of things because that information was not available. So there's a lot of continuous quality improvement kind of activities that could be done if the information was in a usable format, if the information was accessible. So we have a lot of recommendations about kind of using the continuous quality improvement process to dig into some of these reasons why Kansas is not performing as well on some of these performance indicators as it should. So you can put those questions listed in this report here. The call center was a big issue when we did this. Again, now the call center has been kind of eliminated, probably for the exact reasons that we had in this report. Some of the questions, there was a lot of, the call center, it was felt by most, didn't work terribly well. And that is because you had the people who were actually responsible for service separated from the people who were taking the calls. And it was easy to get caught into a loop. People would say, well, I don't know the answer to your question. I have to refer you to your case manager. But your case manager, whoever, will have to actually send you a message, and then you have to call back into the call center again. So it just go around and around and around. And there was a lot of finger pointing, and there was a high turnover rate. And so I'd be interested to see how the new distributed call center kind of function works. But it was definitely one thing that we talked about last time. We made some recommendations about staffing cases and how those cases could actually work with specialized team versus some kind of a hybrid model. We could have one person responsible for a case and not just 17 teams associated with specific tasks in the case. You may know by now already, and that probably was in earlier testimony, but Kansas had at that time it had a unique system. Right? The structure of Kansas child support was unique, and actually there were three kind of systems in Kansas. There was the 4D system, there's the non-4D court trustee system, and then it's possible for people to avoid both of those systems altogether in areas where there's no court trustee. So really you had three kind of concurrent systems running at the same time. That's not necessarily the best model. And so there is some discussion, and again, that's kind of beyond my pay range here, to say that there might be some value in referring all non-4D cases to the 4D system. That is going to be a much harder nut to crack, but it might be something worth kind of digging into and considering on a real value basis in terms of making some fundamental changes to the system. Again, because the data is hard to get out, we felt like there's a real need to have some ability to dig into that data. Again, on some of this continuous quality improvement, digging out to get what answers are to some of these questions, doing runs to see who's been in the system and never closed out was another big question we had about, why are there some cases that seem to have been open forever? Why those cases are closed, and so those are not things that you can easily do right now. At least not with the cases system. Maybe if the information is duplicated in the vendor's own system, they'll be able to do some of that kind of moving forward. But that's a real problem. So we felt that there was a real need to have some capacity for data analytics at child support. Another thing that I think is really important as kind of fundamental change is the funding paradigm for the 4D program. At the time that we did this report, the 4D system was paid for by a small legislative allowance, and some fees based on the collection of dollars. But those fees that the dollars were collected are shrinking over time, and Kansas is one of a very few states at this point who actually use that system to finance the child support system. In fact, we suggest would be a better approach to have a allotment from the state versus trying to collect from collections at the state level. And there's two reasons for that. One is that right now, the way it's set up, there's an incentive for the state to try to collect on uncollectible debts, right? Money that's owed for TANF, money that's owed for child support, other kind of funds. The state gets to reimburse those funds to support the system. But if we do collect that money, some of that money has to be shared with the feds, right? So we actually have to give half of that money or some portion of that money to the feds, and then the state gets to keep a piece. Alternatively, if the state paid directly for child support, they have the ability to actually pull down a match for that. So they can actually pay less in the long run by having a set aside dedicated line in the budget versus trying to collect from arrears or from kind of dollars that are spent through other government functions. And so I think that's a good idea. I think maybe others might agree with that, but we can talk about that. And then finally, two last things, and this is probably the hardest one. We felt that there is the opportunity, and I encourage you to think carefully about increasing the use of administrative processes versus judicial processes and some of these things. And it's been proven in other states, and to the extent it has been used here in Kansas, that can be a lot more effective or efficient in how things get done, and it can create a non-adversarial kind of situation at times where the court situation kind of automatically creates more of an adversarial process. So those are our parts in that. I encourage you to kind of pay attention to those first 30 pages or so. That is the most important bit. So I'll stop there and stand for questions and encourage my colleagues to join in as well.
All right, thank you, Matthew. It's my understanding the committee will receive that full report?
Yeah, I submitted the full report. They should have it at this point. Yeah.
Okay, he sent it, yes, okay. And then just in case any of the committee wants to look at the briefer report, it's in your orange primer, so you can take a look at that starting on page 9. Any questions for Matthew Shepard? It's kind of a lot of material, and I wish we had that in front of us, but everybody can take a look at that in between our next meeting. Any questions online? Yes, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Matthew, one of the things that I thought I heard you say was that we need to change our process so that lump sum arrearage wouldn't show. I don't know, it kind of went through there pretty quick. Was that what you said? And if so, that sounds like just a paper change that really doesn't let us know what the situation is at any one moment.
No, that was not what I was trying to say. I apologize if I didn't communicate that clearly. But there are situations where when an order is established, that at the time of establishment, it comes with a back order of arrearages, right? So on the day one, somebody already has an arrearage. And so we are suggesting that there are times when that is counterproductive to actually getting someone to pay on their account. And so if you start somebody off, $4 or $5, $10,000 in the hole, then they're less likely to say, well, I'm never going to get out of this hole. Why would I bother even paying on it? And so we're encouraging you to think about the situations, and I might ask Nancy to kind of chime in on this, but there are particular situations where, particularly if someone had a TANF, I think, is that correct, Nancy? If someone has an active TANF case, somebody might get a back bill for those kind of welfare things, and we think that's just, again, counterproductive sometimes to the family, to the relationship with the non-custodial parent, and to the likelihood that you're actually going to get that money collected. So, Nancy, would you kind of expand on that?
Matthew, hi, I'm Nancy Toma. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Matthew, I explained that quite well, in my opinion. There has been significant study about the effect of how the child support program's earlier years of being a cost recovery program for welfare has managed to add disincentive and an undue burden and debt on many, many non-custodial parents over time. And so studies were undertaken to, as we were moving to be more of an income transfer program from non-custodial parents to parents in the mid to late 90s when that movement was occurring. So there's been a lot of study. One major kind of study done by the Urban Institute did indicate that in the studies that they did, a very broad-based study, that the vast percentage of all arrearages owed are owed by people who have never had reported income through the quarterly wage through Department of Labor, or who have income below $10,000. So basically, that was setting the stage for many states to study their own arrearages and who owed them, and are they indeed collectible? And if they're collectible, at what cost? As Matthew said, it's not good for the family's relationships, and it may not be collectible. And those cases and that debt weigh heavily on a child support program that's trying to perform better.
Yes, Representative Francis.
So the custodial parent just loses out?
I would say that in many cases, the custodial parent, if this is a situation where we have a minor child, the custodial parent, many times, I think a survey would really bear this out to the degree that a decision could be made. The non-custodial parent or the custodial parent might just say, if he would pay his child support and just a little bit every month on that back support, I would be happy to forgive some of it. So there's arrearage forgiveness programs that custodial parents can get involved in that says, okay, if we get current support paid regularly for 2 years, then part of that arrearages would be forgiven. But most of the time, that old debt on old ADC cases is owed to the state and to the federal government.
Yeah, so it's not money that, most times it's not actually money that's owed to the family. It's a debt to the state.
Correct.
And then, Madam Chair, just more as a statement, if I remember correctly, their number one recommendation was that a legislative group and other stakeholders be involved in the contracts that were just awarded, if I remember correctly, and yet we awarded the contracts last month, and I would just love to hear Child Support Enforcement's thoughts on why they didn't follow the number one recommendation at the appropriate time.
Do you want that answer now, or would that be an answer for them at our next meeting?
Whatever you think is best.
Okay. Well, let's see what else we have out there. I guess back to Nancy, a question I have. This is Senator McGinn, and maybe I heard you wrong, but it almost seems like we're setting up a system that says just don't pay it because after 10 years you're so much in debt that it just doesn't matter because it's not going to happen. And so is that something that we need to have stronger laws about that, or is it ends up being an individual that's maybe incarcerated, or you make a law that they are incarcerated, and then what happens? You don't get anywhere.
Well, I'd like to respond to that, Madam Chair, by saying that a lot of this debt is very, very old. I don't know how much is older than 10 years, and there is no statute of limitations. So much of this child support from many years ago just needs to be studied and looked at. When performance has increased and improved on getting orders established quickly after the case is referred to the child support agency or the courts, then child support can begin quickly. And we don't have a period of time where a case sets for 2 years before paternity is established or an order is established. But Kansas has improved quite a lot, the child support agency, in getting paternity established and getting orders established. And so the need for those back orders has diminished over, I would say, the last, 10 to years or so, if not more. So some of this debt is pretty old. Now, there are some states that if they can show that the non-custodial parent was intentionally trying to thwart the efforts to establish paternity or to get child support, then one could go back and determine his ability to pay over that period of time and what should be assessed to him under the guidelines.
Okay,
I
thank
hope
you.
that answered your question.
Yes. Other questions?
I have one.
I think Cindy, or Senator Holscher is online. I forgot. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. Thank you so much. I do have a couple of questions. Matthew, can we go back to that first document, like towards the end? I think it was the second to last page. There was something there, and honestly, I just kind of missed the information.
Sure.
Yeah, right. Wasn't it right there, I think? Okay. That next to last point was where I had a question. Maybe you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but it says consider incorporating a self-support reserve as a deduction to the payer's income. Can you explain that to me a little bit as far as, I'm guessing, is that done in other states?
Yeah, again, Nancy is our expert, so I hesitate to.
Oh, okay, sure.
So, well, so maybe Nancy, if you would mind.
I will, thank you. Self-support reserve is pretty much defined in a child support guidelines situation as part of the calculation of how much a non-custodial parent can afford to pay in child support without impoverishing themselves. So if current support was calculated without a self-support reserve, it's possible that a non-custodial parent's needs for shelter and food may go unmet if they were to pay the full amount that was assessed by the court. I believe over time, Kansas child support guidelines have done more of that in terms of calculating the income shares and determining some of the deductions. But a self-support reserve is what many states have gone to, and this is to get a support order that is considered reasonable.
Okay, great, thank you. And Chairwoman, I do have one other question, if allowed.
Yes, please continue.
And I don't know if this is for Matthew or for you, Nancy, either one, but I want to make sure I understand correctly. In 2013, we privatized, correct? And from the charts I saw, essentially, our results got a little worse.
Some got worse, some got better, and some didn't change. So.
And then did we see something earlier as far as then the amount of investment that we as a state were making prior to 2013, then compared to the change?
This is the chart that shows how much money we were spending per payroll for the total dollars collected divided by the total dollars expended. So it's how much money is being spent for each case. And so that actually I'm saying that backwards. How many cases for each dollar, I guess, basically that ratio. And so that improved. So we were not doing well before that. We were spending a lot more money per case than other states were at that time. If that's, I don't have the exact dollar amounts, but that's what the case was.
Okay. And then I know you said that we're in the bottom 10 as far as, I'm guessing, in regard to some of the results we're getting.
I would say just in terms of the performance measurements overall, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Compared to the states in the top 10, I know you outlined some practical things that we can implement. I'm just curious, are those systems, and this is a broad question, are those systems privatized or run by the state? Are there differences there?
I'll answer, and then maybe I'll ask Nancy to kind of correct me. There's a lot of different models about how states are run, and I do not think that you're going to find any kind of direct correlation between privatization and non-privatization, state-run and not state-run, and these outcomes in terms of performance measurement, quality of service, effectiveness. So both can be highly effective, both can be ineffective.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, other questions? Yes, Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nancy, you mentioned the Urban Institute study. Is it possible that the committee get a copy of that?
Excuse me. Yes, I'm sure I would be able to find a link to it online, and there might even be some additional studies or other documents around that. So I could send that to Sharday.
Because a question I had was, is there an advantage to being a pass-through versus a non-pass-through? Our research department said Kansas, along with 24 other states, does not pass through, and it sounds like we would be better suited if we were a pass-through, and I'd just like to see as much info as we can to support that.
Yeah, half and half on the pass-through. That federal legislation that allowed for that, I can't remember the exact year. I think it was in the mid-2000s. That's a little bit different than because pass-through means that even while they're receiving your temporary assistance for needy families, even while they're on that program, they can receive all of the child support that's paid rather than the state retaining a portion of it. So the states whose philosophy has moved them really from cost recovery all the way to this is a family support program for low-income families, they have gone to that pass-through model instead of retaining the collections due for families that are currently on support. Now, today, Kansas also retains collections, I believe, in the child care program. So that reimburses a portion of the child care and also in the foster care program. So you reimburse a portion of foster care. So that would have to be something if the philosophy would be so such that you are giving the most that you can do for low-income families or for any families who are subject of non-custodial, custodial parent not living together, you may want to consider a pass-through.
I appreciate that. It seems like if they qualify for the TANF benefits, then they ought to be receiving them without having to sacrifice their child support. My microphone's going to get fuzzy, so I'll stop. Thank you.
All right. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one quick question. The charts that you shared with us where you compare us with other states, how were they picked?
So we picked states, we went through a long process of trying to pick states that were good comparisons. And so we had several criteria that we were balancing at the same time. One was based just on demographics, is it the same kind of population in the same region, kind of thing? Do they have the same kind of income? And then to the extent possible, do they have somewhat similar systems of care, the same kind of structure? So these are the ones but again, I don't know that there's a perfect answer because Kansas is in many ways, the more you drill down, the more unique it becomes. And so it is an N of one. And so the ones we chose were based both on picking some of the sites that had privatization, some of the sites that were local, regional, like Nebraska, Indiana, or Midwestern, and had the same kind of population. Yeah, so that's why they were chosen the way they were. There's nothing scientific about it, I guess.
So it wasn't based on whether Maximus or Young Williams was providing services to them. It was a whole lot of other characteristics.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions from the committee or online? Do we have another, is Robert Mirth going to be speaking, or is that he's part of your team?
Robert, he's part of my team, and he's the one that did, most of the legwork on this and knows those charts in the back. If anybody had a specific question, he'd probably be able to answer it best. So he's here, but I don't know that.
Okay.
Do you have any?
All right. I didn't know if he was presenting. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you for being here today. We appreciate your input. And back to the committee, Sharday has sent some attachments to the most recent presentation and updates on the, some of the ones that were had different pages than ours, so you'll be getting those. Committee members, I think I'd like to just have a very high-level general discussion. If you have anything that you're pressing that you would really like to request for the next meeting here today, but if you think of something later, would you please email Sharday, and I'll be in communication with her. We only have one other meeting, and I believe that's November 9th, I think. So we'll probably spend the morning with any questions that you have or follow up with the agency and some of the contractors as well, if that is some of the questions that you may have. And then the second half of the day will be just working on our recommendations. So at this time, is there any requests from the committee here in person or online, or questions, final questions you may have of the agency or any of the vendors? Yes, Representative Victors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be interested to learn how the state works with the tribes here in the state, because I know that they have their own child enforcement process and centers too as well. So I would be interested to learn how the state and the tribes and how that process works. Thank you.
Does agency want to respond to that now, or would you like to respond at the next meeting? Do you have a quick answer now, or would you like to wait?
I'll wait. I think it's more in depth than a quick answer would provide.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Yes, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we had one conferee from a non-4D provider, one of the judicial districts, but as I thought about the conferee, Ms. Wisman, it seemed like that coordination between the private, the non-4D, and the 4D created some of the problems. So I'd be interested in more input from the agency and the judicial districts about what consolidation of that information pipeline would look like.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's for DCF right now. Whenever a employer hires, where is DC? Okay, sorry, I can't see you over there. Whenever an employer hires somebody new, they fill out a new hire form. That gets sent to Department of Labor. Do they send it to you afterwards so you can see if they are in the system? I know.
DCF, would you come on up, please? Thank you, Elizabeth.
We have a memorandum of understanding with Kansas Department of Labor that covers our new hire process and how we exchange information and when that occurs.
Okay. So the reason I ask is I know of a situation where this employer hired somebody, and then 6 months later they got a letter from DCF saying, "We know you have a new employee. They owe child support." Well, it took 6 months. So what is the?
Perhaps if at the next I could bring a presentation of how that flow works and graphics on how that flow from Department of Labor to DCF works.
Okay, that would be great. I mean, I know that I fill out the forms all the time for my job, and I have to get them sent in right away. So I don't know the process on, is Department of Labor just still backlogged, or how long do you guys get it? That kind of stuff, so.
Other questions or requests? Anyone online? All right, I don't see any. Again, if you have any requests, please let Charday know. Keep in mind, we have a one-day meeting, and so we'll try to make sure we fulfill all those requests that we can. So anything else to come before our committee? Anything from staff that our legislators need to know? Okay. All right, thank you all. We're adjourned.